Aluhu. El Shaddai Lehenu Olea Botenu. Abia Mabi Iska Rabiako. Takwados, Weshemeka Kwados, Baruch Shemeka Lolam Mahe. Weshalu B'nei Israel El Shabbat Lasot El Shabbat Ledorotam B'nei Olam. Beni B'nei Israel Oti Lolam. Kisha Shekari Masa El Shaddai Shemayim. Where Ta'aretz Ubayom Majli Shabbat Vainafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok Lolam Ma'eh. Baruch Shem Kabod Makuto Lolam Ma'eh. Baruch Kabod Lohim Mikomo Melech Elyon. Haluhu Lolam Ma'eh.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside thee. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble. The Lord kill it and make it alive. He bring it down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord make it poor and bring it and make it rich. He bring it low and lift it up. He raised it up the poor out of the dust, and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail. Repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the waters under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am the jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Shabbat day,
Remember the Shabbat day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work,
thou,
thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them
the
is,
sea and all that in them is,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested on the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder,
Thou shalt not murder,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
On this glorious holy day, which is the Shabbat day, and what we confirmed last night, that the Shabbat day, this is the holy day. There is no other day holier than the Shabbat day. All the other days that the Most High ordained as his feast days, and we come together and have holy convocations on those days. Okay? But the Most High sanctioned this day before any other day ever got sanctioned.
That's right.
Before any feast day came up, God already had the Shabbat day in honor from the beginning. All right?
That's right.
So this day is the most important day in Israelite culture, in Hebrew history, in the scriptures, in the Old Testament. Being a Jew, this day is the number one day. This is the most important day. Okay? So on this day, we are required to come together, to have a meeting place and come together and talk about God and his commandments and what he would have of us. And this is what we do to keep ourselves within the rules of the Shabbat. Okay? Because this is a psychological thing we're dealing with. This is something we have to keep in our mind at all times. All right, our first step, we're going to go to Abraham. We're going to read about Abraham. We got to go to the beginning because God told us this is an example. So we're going to start at Genesis chapter 15. Okay? It's steps and stages in serving God.
That's right.
You can't get to level 10 if you didn't go through level 1 through 9. If you go and jump to 10, you are going to go Meshuggah.
Chapter 15.
Chapter 15, yes. Genesis chapter 15.
Genesis chapter 15.
Mm-hmm.
After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward.
Now, I just want to make a note. Remember when God said later on, I don't deal with Moses like I deal with the other prophets in visions and in dreams and dark sayings. As you can see, the Most High came to Abram in what? In a vision.
In a vision.
It didn't say what Abraham saw, though. You understand what I'm saying? Because the Most High can appear anyhow he wants to appear.
That's right.
You see him, he appeared to you as one thing, but then he appeared to this guy as another thing.
That's right.
We both see two different things, but that's the Most High.
That's
He
right.
can do that.
That's
Only a God can do that.
That's
Only
right.
the Most High, who is the God, can do that.
That's
There's
right.
only one.
That's right.
There's only one God. So all these attributes and powers are attained to Most High.
To God.
They
That's
come
right.
from him.
That's right.
All of it go to the Most High. Okay? Let's get this clear.
That's right.
That's why the Most High said, don't even make mention of the name of what those people call gods. We don't even mention the name of them. Because if you do that, you're acknowledging that this thing exists.
That's
and
right.
it doesn't. It doesn't exist. When God created, everything God created, it got a name as soon as it was created by God.
That's right.
God called the name of it, and then it came into existence.
That's right.
Only God could do that.
That's right.
And for example, that's why we have a law that says every word that come out of your
The
mouth.
word. Uh-huh.
Thou shalt perform and do.
That's right.
What I say out my mouth, I have to do it.
Facts. That's right.
Stop speaking rash.
Speaking
Stop
quick.
making promises.
That's right.
Stop making threats.
That's right. That's right.
What you do? Yeah, I'm gonna do this to you. Watch what you say out your mouth. Because if we recognize that the Most High is God, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm his people, we're his people.
Uh-huh.
We have to move just like the Most High. I have to watch what come out my mouth.
There you go. There you go.
That's the
There
job. That right there is
That's
a job.
a job in itself. There you
That,
go.
my Abba used to always say, the controlling of your tongue is one of the most hardest jobs ever.
Very unruly.
He says it's a very unruly member.
Unruliest member of the body.
It'll boom and come out and you say stuff and you say, wow, I didn't mean to say it, man.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
But hey,
Yeah.
look,
But
I'm
you
sorry.
said it,
I'm sorry doesn't clear everything up all the time.
That's right.
I may forgive you. I'm here on earth with you. I may say, man, it's nothing. It's nothing. Don't worry about that. Because you have people who you can't get to like that.
Right.
And they say, man, don't worry about it, man. I know, don't worry about it.
Uh-huh.
But God ain't saying don't worry about it.
Mm.
Remember that part.
Mm. Mm.
Remember that part.
That's right. That's right.
Found she.
And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus?
He said, wow, man, you telling me all this good stuff, but how is it going to last? I don't have a child. All I have is Eliezer of Damascus, which is my number one servant. I treat as a son. I got him on the way coming into Canaan land.
Right.
Damascus is in Syria. So that means Abraham, along the way, going to Canaan land, like he was commanded by God, he picked up a servant. And he said, well, this guy here, man, he's a servant, but he's not my son. He's of Syrian stock. Read.
And Abram said, behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born of my house is my heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, this shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir.
He said, you're gonna have a son of your own. He didn't ask how. Abraham didn't ask how. He didn't ask no questions.
He asked no questions.
It was good. He said, what? I'm gonna have one? Oh, well, my worries are over. Solid. God said it's good. I'm good with it. I'm not even bothering with it no more.
He didn't even
I'm
doubt
not even dealing with the situation no more. Because God said it's going to go down.
God said it's good. Complete trust.
Complete trust.
Abraham is the example.
That's right.
Okay?
Complete trust.
And he brought him forth abroad and said, look now towards heaven, and tell the stars if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, so shall thy seed be.
Now, we all know you can't number the stars. And when you look up in the sky today, you don't see that many stars like that then. Certain parts of the world you go to, you will see millions of stars.
That's right.
You lose count. There's no way you can count 10 of them.
That's
and
right.
say, okay, that's 10 years. You're going to lose. It's too much. It's too numerous. And the Most High used the stars, the multiple stars that he created and adorned the heavens with. Like ornaments, like lights, right?
Right.
He said, can you count those?
Nope.
Abraham said, oh, no, I'm not even going to try. He said, nah. He said, so shall your seed be.
Right.
So Abraham's seed is not the same color. It's not the same skin color.
That's right.
Abraham's seed is not all black people.
Right.
Some it's some who we call European also, some who we call white, some are black. Yeah. Because his seed, Israel, is only one branch out of Abraham's multiple branches of seeds.
Right.
Remember, after Sarah, he married Keturah.
Right.
And he had, 7 more sons? And all of them, nations came out of these guys.
Nations came out of those guys. That's right.
All right?
That's right.
So you can't just look and say, hey, man, everybody is black. No. Some people who are black didn't come out of that line.
That's
We
right.
had Hamites walking around before Abraham was born.
That's right.
And they're the same color as you and me, some darker, some lighter. So it's not about skin color, man. God was never about that.
No.
The first world was black, yes. Yes. Until a couple of the generations came, we started having color changes, right?
That's right.
But God never said, oh, well, the black ones are righteous, the white ones are wicked. The white ones are righteous, or the black ones are
Never
wicked.
made a
Or the
distinction.
caramel ones, or the brown skin ones. Did he ever say that?
No.
He said, I look on the inside and the reins in the heart.
That's right.
I look inside of what who I made. I can see inside of you and check you out. Like a car. A mechanic knows his car. Yeah, mechanics that build cars. Now there's a problem with this car. He knows where to go. He knows where to look.
Right.
God knows where to look. Not on the outside appearance. That's how you pick David.
Yeah.
David was picked from the inside.
But what he had in him.
What he had in him.
That's right.
What he was naturally born with.
God said, I
This
don't
is
look
what
at the
you shall
outside.
be teaching
Facts.
every week.
I don't look at the outside.
We have ways that we
That's
are
right.
naturally born with. Some
That's
are
right.
good, most
That's
are
right.
bad.
That's right.
Some are good,
That's
most are bad.
That's right.
The bad out.
That's right.
A little bit more evil.
Spit that.
We tend to be inclined more to
Spit that,
wickedness. We
Spit
tend
that.
to be inclined more to
Spit
the
that,
things
man.
that God do not approve.
Spit that, man.
That's how we were born.
Yeah, man.
We have to acknowledge
Yeah.
that. Now
Yeah.
that I acknowledge
Yeah.
that and I'm aware of that, I
Uh-huh.
have a problem.
Uh-huh.
My ways have to be correlated.
Okay.
Now, in order for my ways to be correlated,
Okay.
wisdom got to come to me.
Okay.
In order for wisdom to come
Okay.
to me, I got to perform the
Okay.
commandments.
You on fire, bro.
In order for me to perform
You
the
on
commandments, I have to believe these
You on fire.
commandments
Light the beat.
and make my mind up to do it.
Light it up. Light it up.
That's the steps. That's
Light it
how
up.
it goes.
Light it up.
Touch it.
And he believed in the Lord.
And he believed in God. We don't believe
We
nothing.
don't believe. We need proof.
Let's get let's get
We
into
need proof.
this is a way.
Uh-oh.
This is a way. This is something we all need. We don't believe each other.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me proof. Huh?
He said, man,
Abraham
show me.
need proof.
Look. The heathen say, Google it.
Uh-huh.
I said, okay. I went and Google it.
Uh-huh. You still ain't find it.
Man, Google said the same thing that the book say.
Yeah.
Google said the same thing the Lord. Google agrees with the Lord. The
Uh-huh.
Lord don't agree with Google.
Uh-huh.
I looked it up. I said, look, here you go. He said, nah, man. Look, we can't conversate.
No, we can't talk.
You can't teach me. I can't
Ain't nothing
teach
to
you.
talk about.
I can't learn from you, and you can't learn from me
Facts.
because you don't believe.
Rock.
You have stubborned up to what is a fact.
Uh-huh.
And that's the whole world. And most Israelites too. We failed. Y'all know that, right? As a nation, we failed.
Before
We
God.
failed God. We disappointed the Most High.
That's right.
Our history
That's
Our history is rich, but
That's
the
right.
end is not good.
Mm-hmm.
It was not happily ever after with God.
That's right.
God kicked us out.
That's
He was
right.
mad.
And we
When
still
somebody
ain't
kick you
recognized.
out, they're mad at you.
And we
When
still
somebody
ain't
kick you
recognized.
out, it's because you doing things that doesn't please the person.
That's
Kick
right.
them out. And we
That's
still adding on. Still ain't recognized.
That's right.
We at the bottom
That's right.
under another nation. And still won't humble myself.
Right.
Still won't humble ourselves.
Uh-huh.
All you gotta do is start believing what you read.
That's it.
God not coming to talk to you like he came to Abraham.
No.
But,
Nah.
but every time you read this book, the Most High is talking to you. Because
Yeah.
these are his words.
Mm-hmm.
God is telling this story. God is the one that's telling us about Abraham right now.
These words are
Abraham didn't
God's
write
mouth.
this. Abraham didn't say, yeah, I believe God. God
God
said,
said that.
Abraham believed me.
Moses
And
wrote it.
now put this out
That's
here
right.
so that you can see how you're supposed to be.
Hey, what I was saying?
God quoted. God quoted.
And
And
Moses,
Moses
wrote
wrote it.
it. That's it.
Moses was like the stenographer.
That's right.
Everything
That's right.
being said, Moses wrote it down.
That's right.
God said it, man.
Uh-huh.
So we got to start. Remember this. What I'm reading, the Most High's word. These are the
That's
Most
right.
High's words.
God's
Stop being
word.
so critical.
That's right.
We're very critical. Criticize everything. Criticize everybody. You can't criticize God.
Mm-hmm.
God criticizes us.
That's right.
Ain't that how it goes?
That's right.
Just when the people criticize their God.
Yeah, I never read it.
Never read that
I never
before.
read that before.
It don't go like that.
That's right.
Okay? Now belief.
Mm-hmm.
What's the Hebrew word for belief?
The Hebrew word for belief is emin, aman.
Aman.
Where emin by El Shaddai.
Okay.
Trusted.
That means to believe.
Uh-huh.
It means to confirm.
Uh-huh.
When you confirm something, you establish, you agree with the regulation.
That's right.
Right? You agree with the rule. And when you agree with the rule, you establish yourself with God.
That's right.
When I agree with what God say, I have established myself. I've confirmed the words of God to be true.
That's right.
Because of the action that I'm putting forth toward it.
That's right.
That's how I confirm God's words.
That's right.
In me.
That's
Not
right.
in you or in the congregation.
That's
I can't
right.
do that. I can only establish God's word in me and
That's
confirm it. And I will be established in God's laws if I believe it.
Yeah.
Now, how you show you believe? Action.
Actions.
What?
Action.
Yeah.
The action is the performance of the law.
That's right. That's right.
So that's how you show you believe.
That's right.
Before Abraham even put his hands, Abraham is still taking orders from God, and it's already done.
Yeah.
And Abraham said, that's what he said. He said, yo, man, I want you to go over there and do that. It's done already.
Yeah.
It's already done.
That's right.
That's how Abraham was with God.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we supposed to be with God and with our parents.
That's right.
Because God did say, honor your father and your mother.
And your mother.
And honor, look, after God is your parents.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
After God is your parents. Their word is like God's word. Yeah.
That's right.
I say blue, Abba say no, it's black, it's black. That's how simple it is. When we have a problem agreeing, that's your wickedness speaking up. That's your wickedness bucking. That's your stubbornness saying, no, I don't want to say it's blue.
That's right.
We have to analyze ourselves.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Stubbornness.
With this stubbornness, there's a lot of stubbornness, and you gotta break your stubbornness.
That's right.
Well, God gonna break.
You don't want God to do that, man. No. You don't see what's going on? Take other people's experiences
That's right.
and learn from them. That's why we are reading about Abraham's experiences with God and learning from it.
Right.
Why are we smart for everything else, but when it comes to the Most High and His laws, we don't get it. We get confused. Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Get dumbfounded.
Right. One person say, "Man, it seems like it's a curse." It's not a curse.
No curses.
You have not broken your spirit yet.
Okay.
That the spirit that we always say, break yourself, right? Mm-hmm. It's a stubborn spirit that we were born of, and it's been made hard and hard and hard and harder as we got older. Mm-hmm. It has to get broken in order to do these commandments, because you're going to do things that you don't want. You're going to be told to do things you don't want to do by God's commandments. Mm-hmm. You're not going to feel like it today. You're not going to feel like it. How about that? Plain and simple. My husband said, man, sometimes I don't feel like you. I just don't feel like it. He said, but that's when you have to break that obstinance.
That's right.
Because that's really, he said, what he said, that's my wickedness trying to stop me from serving God.
That's right.
Your own wickedness will try to stop you. Your wickedness does not want you to serve God.
That's right.
But you got good in you, and your good wants you to serve God. That's why you're here.
That's right.
That's why you're struggling with yourself to get this right.
Struggles.
It is a struggle.
It is a struggle.
Yeah.
That's right.
Who you struggling with?
Yourself.
Oh, wow. Read.
Yourself.
Oh,
And
wow.
he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for
Okay.
righteousness.
Establish the truth or the correctness of something. Performance of the law, other Israelites would say, yeah, man, it's supposed to be done like that. That is how reading the book correlates with the book. It correlates, it collaborates. You know what a collaboration is? Yeah. Me and you make a song together.
That's right.
We complement each other.
That's
I
right.
feed you and you feed me.
That's right.
See the feedback I get See what he's saying? That's right. That feeds me. And I can take that and feed you.
Right.
Okay? That's how it is with the Most High God. But you got to believe first. You got to step up first. You got to go first. You got to show God that you are willing to be a servant of his. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all the Israelites was. That's all Abraham was.
That's right.
David. They were servants of the true and living God. That's it, man. You don't need no other title, man. You don't need to be a king.
All right.
You don't need to be a priest.
Okay.
You don't need to be on none of these things. Let's be a servant of the Lord,
There
man.
you go.
And you good.
You feel good.
David said, thy servant. He always called himself a servant when he's speaking to God. These are all, it's a mindset. Okay? Even when we speaking to mothers, fathers, mothers in Israel, dignitaries, kings, I will refer to myself as thy servant, because that's what they did with David. Everybody that respected David and honored him as the king, they say, hey, David, thy servant is here to do your will.
Right, right.
Mhm.
Joab never came and said, hey, I'm the general.
Yeah.
He never did that
No.
with David.
No.
David know he is the general.
You know that. You ain't gotta tell me.
He
that.
said, hey, thy servant is here, man. What's up?
That's right.
These things keep you humble.
Right.
Right.
Putting in, and it's work to do God's law. Because you got to keep things clean, right? But we got to put a difference between clean and the unclean.
Facts.
Because whatever becomes unclean cannot be made clean again. The only thing that can be made clean again is us. We could go in the shower and wash from head to toe and become clean.
That's
But
right.
that chair is not going to become clean again, according to the commandments. We're the ones that can be washed and become clean, not inanimate objects that don't have life in it. We got to read this book and stick to what God said, and you'll figure it out. It'll make sense to you later. That's how it is with everything. You start playing football, you ain't gonna understand the whole game. If you watch the game, you ain't gonna understand it. You keep watching it. Watch it every Sunday. Watch it. Now you know the rules. Now you know the referee rules, right or wrong. You know the ins and outs.
That's right.
It's the same thing with the Most High. Time sheet.
And he
Whoa,
said,
whoa. I'm still on belief. Okay, hold up. You got established, confirmed, and you have faithful. All of this is what happens to your spirit when you believe these words. When you believe, when you read it and believe it. Belief makes you do. Belief makes you act on what you believe.
That's right.
That's an automatic. You can't stop that. Whatever you believe, you're gonna act on it. That's the whole world. Everybody has that in them. Okay? And the last meaning to believe is faithful. It means remaining loyal and steadfast, true to the facts or the original. What's the original? The original is the Old Testament.
Laws.
The original laws is the Old Testament, the Torah. All right? Is it true? Well, it means that we are supposed to stay true to these facts. The commandments are facts. Okay? Facts of what? Life. Facts of being godly. Of separating myself, of being holy before God. Okay? True to the facts or the original.
Yeah.
The original. The original Israelites.
Yeah.
Okay? The real God. The only God. The original God. The God that hasn't been made by man. Okay? So we're going to stay true to the facts of God. That's what belief is. See how deep it is? But I believe you today, tomorrow I don't believe you. Yeah, that's how we do with each other. So our belief is dwindling, very, very weak, flimsy, weak.
Yep.
Okay? We don't believe nothing, even if it's in front of you.
That's right.
You still go through that door with fire. You would dare the facts that you would get burned and still go through the fire.
That's right.
So you don't have it in you to stay loyal.
Buck the Lord.
Okay? You will buck the law because you go and disassemble in the heart. And and they don't show it though. It's just a symbol in the heart. They'll agree with you, and in here shooting down, man. I'm not doing that, man. It don't go like that. I'm gonna keep eating with the blood. I'm gonna keep sitting in the barbershop. I'm gonna keep wearing pants, the woman. I'm gonna keep wearing short skirts. I'm gonna keep showing my cleavage. I'm gonna keep showing it. Yeah. I'm gonna keep going to the club. Israelites don't belong in the club. We don't belong in the club, man. The men or the woman. Stay out the club. Y'all know what's being in it. Be all types of lewdness and debauchery and homosexuality on both sides. That's accepted in there. That's where the people of the world go to celebrate and hang out. Stay out the bar, stay out the clubs.
That's right.
The Israelites still be going.
That's right.
It said we have walked in unpleasant places. Unpleasant to who? To God.
Unpleasant to God. That's right.
It doesn't please God. Touch. So now we know what belief means.
Yeah.
That's why God said, follow that guy.
Yeah. Follow Abraham.
Nothing was burnt. Nothing was sacrificed. Did we read anything?
No.
Nothing. It was just a conversation. And it said, and he believed in God. And what? And it was what?
Counted to him.
God
righteousness.
God said, you know what? That's righteousness. So the first step of being righteous before God is believing what you read.
Believe. That's right.
So all this stuff about, oh no, it's not in the law. It's in the law. You just don't believe. That's why you don't see it when you read it.
That's right.
Other than that, he would have told God, I don't believe that I'm gonna have a child.
That's right.
Sarah believed. Let's get this clear before we get questions. Sarah believed.
She didn't believe she was righteous than her husband.
No.
Yeah,
No. She believed when she heard God say she's gonna have a child. It tickled her pink. She said, this is how I know she believed. Because she said, shall me and my husband have pleasure? She said, wow. In other words, we're gonna do it. We haven't done it in a long time. We haven't tried to make a baby in a long time. It's going down. That shows that she believed what God said.
A little blue room action.
We have to read and comprehend. That's why it's good. My Bible used to always say, man, people have to go back to school and learn how to read. Comprehension.
What you read.
Words, vocabulary.
That's right.
Okay? It's real simple.
That's right.
She said, shall me and my husband have pleasure? That's what it was. And she laughed in her heart. Didn't say that she disbelieved. She believed it. Because she started laughing and said, we about to, make a baby. Top sheet.
And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees to give thee this land to inherit it.
Look. Before I am the Lord that brought thee out of the land of Egypt, it was I am the Lord that brought thee out of the Ur of the Chaldees. One man. Ur, Chaldees, Chaldee, Babylon. Do you know what was going on in that place? They burned their children there. They had fire gods that they worshiped there. And they throw their kids in the fire there. This is where Israel got it from. This is where they got it from. That's why God said, don't throw your children, your daughters, and your sons in the fire after Momo. We don't say the names of the deities, the deities, which are fake gods.
That's right.
We make up names and give them nicknames.
Yeah.
Tamshi.
And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon.
Abraham want to know, like, when this is going to go down, how it's going to go down. You know what I'm saying? He wants to know so he can be ready for these things. Right. And he said, God said, take me a heifer now. We got something about to be burnt. Right. He said, take me a heifer. And what? 3 years old.
Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away.
Because he lived in the desert. In the desert, you got birds of prey.
Birds of prey.
That likes to eat, they're carnivorous and they eat dead animals.
Right.
Carry on, they call it. They eat dead bodies, dead flesh, dead corpses. So they're going to automatically smell the animals that Abraham got laid out, that God told him to lay out. So he's brushing them away and keeping them away. Time sheet.
And when the sun was gone down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs.
God caused Abraham to go into a deep sleep. We call that a coma. We call that a coma today. Deep sleep or a trance. Okay? Sometimes it's like you sleep, but your eyes is open.
That's right.
God does all of that. God could take a man's spirit out of his body and travel that spirit to the other side of the world.
That's right. Like he did to Ezekiel.
Like he did it.
Took him in the vicinity of
In
the
the
spirit.
vicinity of the
Took him out of
spirit.
Babylon.
Took him
and
out
put
of
him in
Jerusalem and let him see in Jerusalem what the people was doing behind closed doors.
Yeah.
He said, come, prophet.
Yeah.
He said, you come, prophet. He said, no. I got you. And he took and snatched his spirit.
Yeah.
God made us. He could do all these things.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
You have to believe what you read.
That's right.
All right? He snatched his spirit and traveled thousands of miles away to Jerusalem.
That's right.
They said, this is why I
Look
kicked
at
the
this.
first batch out. Look at what they're doing.
He said,
No,
what's the hole in the wall?
He said, put a hole in the wall.
Huh?
Right? Put a hole in the wall and peek
He
through
said, look at
and
this.
see what the princes with the heads, the heads are doing. The first thing they said was, behold. He said, behold. He said they had
That's right.
They had pictures on the wall.
Vermilion, painted in
Portrayed in vermilion, meaning red alabaster. So it could, when the light hit it, it looked shiny and like moving like. Remember the Cracker Jacks?
Yeah.
Remember that little thing when you move?
That's
where they give you that effect.
Yeah.
So it's like the deity is moving. And it said creeping things. They had pictures of creeping things portrayed on the wall. Creeping things.
It didn't say it was idols.
They were praying to it.
It was just creeping things.
They were praying to those creeping things, right?
I don't want no.
They was burning incense to it.
I don't want no images of.
They never said they was bowing down to it.
They didn't say none of
They
that.
said these guys were doing stuff and they had this stuff on the wall.
Common sense. Comprehend that.
What they were doing and what they had on the wall
Yeah.
was against God's
Okay.
commandments. You read here a little, there a little.
Okay then.
So watch what you're putting on your walls.
Decorations of things that
Horses,
God created.
sun and moon.
Facts.
Look, just the other day we threw a mattress away. Mattresses have images on it. You gotta watch the things that you get for kids. Most kids stuff have right here. See the brother? You got two little ones. I know a lot of stuff when you look, you gotta get a little teddy bear like this or something. It's always a character or something. They put it a lot on kids' clothes and kids things that are for kids. So even if you're buying a bed or a mattress, make sure don't have no images on it. God doesn't like us dealing with statues and images. It's all over the book.
That's right.
Pictures, aka in the Hebrew, Temunah, for all scholars of Hebrew. We know what that means.
Exodus 20.
Pictures. And God said not to make them and not to have them.
Right.
So that, hey, I acquired it. This guy gave me this. I can't have it. Or I'm the one that makes it. I can't make it because back then you made your God. Y'all know that?
That's right. They ain't buy it.
They didn't buy it. There was nowhere to buy.
That's right.
Every household had their own God, which is called household gods.
Facts.
It's called Anish, household gods. It started in Babylon and in Egypt. When a person in the family dies, most of the time, the young didn't die young. It was the elder in the family.
Mm-hmm.
That elder dies, right?
Egyptian culture.
Right?
Go ahead.
Okay. When he dies, say it's my father's father.
Right.
We call grandfather today.
Right.
My grandfather dies. We have a procession. We take the body and we parade it around the whole town. That's what they did in Shechem. Yeah, they did that in Canaan, man. They did that in Egypt. It's the way of the world when one died, right?
That's right.
And the deceased person, the image or that person's face gets put on my arm. We know that as tattoos today. That's where tattoos come from worship of the dead. Okay? Yeah, come from worship of the dead. It's a Hamite custom. All right? Everybody has a custom when one dies in their family.
Right.
And this is where all these customs come from.
That's right.
It's ancient Chaldean, before it was even called Babylon.
Right.
It was called Chaldea.
Right.
Okay? And it spread to Egypt. So now I take my grandfather, granddad, grandpop, I take a picture of him and I put it up there. He's dead now. This is where the idea of putting pictures on the wall came from. Oh, but this is just my son. He graduated. You put him up there. He's a god. You made him a god. You made an image of someone and you put him up there. Because if you read Deuteronomy 4, you read Deuteronomy 6, God gonna tell you, no likeness of anything. Exodus 20. That is in heaven above. What we see when we look up, clouds, everything in the sky and that's in the heavens. Sun, moon, and stars. Things streaking, whatever we see up there, gases, everything. We gotta leave that alone. We can't make a replica of that in any form down here. That's why God said get rid of idols and images and pictures. Okay? For some reason, once we make those things or we have them in our houses and we put them on the wall, it does something to your spirit. And it's not a good thing that it does. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's just that's how it goes. You can't get around that. There's are certain things you can't escape from. When you have these artifacts in your house, which are also abominations, it does something to the owner's spirit, the one who it belongs to. It corrupts your spirit.
Mm-hmm.
What it means by corrupt your spirit. You start doing things other than the book.
Mm-hmm.
You start doing otherwise than the commandments. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
For some reason. That's where the corruption starts. And in time, that corruption spreads. Okay? And it eats away at the soul to the point where you're not serving God no more.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have people today that you will see and say, hey, man, you still doing it, man? Yes. Yeah, man. And they look at you and say, man, boy, they say, man, Chief Shama, man, you came a long way. You still doing it, man? You're a strong brother, man.
Mm-hmm.
They right. He is a strong brother because it takes a lot to hold this.
Mm-hmm.
That's why God equipped us with certain things. And he commanded us to be a certain way because it's for our benefit to keep us in his way.
That's right.
Because his way is no joke.
That's right. That's right.
God's way is no joke.
That's right. It's not a game.
It's not
It's not a game.
it's not something light to be dealt with. It's not something to be taken lightly.
That's right.
It's not something to do later.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs.
I gotta put you on. No doubt, your seed, they're gonna be slaves later.
Uh-huh.
That's what he's telling them. He's showing them the future. See, Abraham don't have to get no crystal ball and do all of this and light candles and burn cats and tea leaves and magic stones. Leave those Israelites, leave those stones alone. The only one that had stones, precious stones, was the high priest, commanded by God.
That's
Okay?
right.
The breastplate.
That's right.
Each stone represented a tribe in Israel.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right.
Each stone represented a tribe in Israel,
That's right.
not the astrology sign.
Yeah.
We don't have nothing to do with the astrology sign.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So leave the stones alone.
Mm-hmm.
Mysticism,
Mm-hmm.
spiritualism.
Mm-hmm.
That's what got you, that's what God pushed you away and make you go somewhere else. Where people who think like you are the same. Where you'll be comfortable there. Yeah, God ain't gonna accept his requirements. His requirements to be a Boy Scout.
That's right.
You gotta dress a certain way, right?
That's
You
right.
can't go there and dress how you want to dress.
Uh-huh.
So that's, you gotta dress a certain way, yeah.
Uh-huh. What God said.
Okay, what God said,
What
and
does-
what we read,
Uh-huh.
the people who serve God, the men and women that serve God, we read what they ate, how they serve God, how they worship God, how they got back in good graces with each other and with God, how they kept themselves in favor,
That's right.
how they fixed things that happened
That's
that
right.
wasn't supposed to happen.
That's right.
Teach, teach.
We look and we read and we criticize them, though, man. That's all I hear Israelites do, man. It's not good. We're supposed to be following them. But you know why we criticize them? Because we don't want to follow them.
Mm.
We criticize the things that they do because what? I got a different idea of how this goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have my own idea of how this goes. That's where Israelites are at today. Everybody took these laws and did it their way. And it's not going to work your way. You cannot take God's laws,
Mm-hmm.
and some people say, "No, I know the true and living God." That's not enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's not enough. You have heathens, and the reason why they are called heathens or Gentiles is because they do not serve God. Plain and simple. They do not follow these commandments all the way.
Mm-hmm.
And you have some heathens that say, "Yeah, the Most High God, He is God." No, so I said, well, so He got commandments. The God that you just confirmed has commandments. Why you don't live by them? Y'all see what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
And that's heathens. Now let alone Israelites now.
Mm-hmm.
We got an ego problem.
Mm-hmm.
Israelites have an ego problem.
Mm-hmm.
This is not about your personality.
Mm-hmm.
This is about changing your ego and your personality.
What?
Yeah,
That's right.
that's what this is about.
That's right.
I can't keep the same way of thinking that I am the way I am. I gotta change that. And that's the problem.
That's right.
I'm not letting things go. I'm not letting matters go. I'm keeping matters. But I just said yesterday, I'm gonna let it go.
Okay.
But then today I'm mad. Now I bring it back and I hold it.
Right.
All these is my ways. I have to let go.
Right.
Certain grudges I have, I shouldn't have.
That's right.
That's for you to have a grudge, man. That's for you. Oh, man, he was talking about you. Oh, wait a minute. Now I'm not going to start talking about him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before I would.
Mm-hmm.
What? He said, what? And then we both in the same boat. I allowed you to kick my wicked ways up and do the same thing back to you. And that's all we doing as Israelites. You say, hallelujah, amen. Then we turn around and do this. Point. Right? Now, the pointing is the rebuke. It said, if I love you, I'm going to rebuke you. Because if I love my brother,
Right.
I'm going to pull your brother. Look, man, this is not right.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But there is no love. I'm not coming to tell you nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go to this brother and have a conference on you and what you did.
Right.
We're not, and none of us is going to tell you anything.
Right.
That is not love.
Right. Right.
That is not love.
Right.
We don't know what love is.
Right.
We got to reorientate everything about ourselves
That's right.
and then follow God.
That's right.
We got to throw away some garbage you got in your heart
That's right.
and make room
That's right.
for God's laws.
That's right.
That's how you get a clean and a pure heart.
That's right.
That's the things that David was asking for. You can't just go asking for it. David put work in it and he asked for
Yeah,
it.
there you go. That's
You don't
right.
just get it like that.
You don't get it like that.
He worked for it. No. Look, man.
That's right.
I ain't never seen a man run from his son. What man you know gonna run from his son?
Mm-hmm.
Most men be like, "What, you my son? I'll put you out. I'll bring you in. I'll put you out." And yo.
David did.
David, he got a heart like God.
Yeah. That's what God said.
Each other, starting with each other.
That's what
Not
God
with the
said.
world. I can let it go. You serve God, me and you serve the same God, it's gone. I have no grudge for you.
That's right.
But if I see you ain't changed, I'm going to be careful with you. I don't hate you, brother.
That's right.
At all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we're supposed to be with each other.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not. We're like that with the heathen. We're more cool with the heathen, and we pacify ourselves with the heathen, but when it comes to our brother, I want to kill him. That's something that's not right, man.
Mm-hmm.
God is displeased at that.
Mm-hmm.
He loves the unity of brethren.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that God says is beautiful to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that when God sees it, it's beautiful. When you see something that's beautiful to you, you are happy. It gets you happy, right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It lifts your spirits up, right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
God said, I like it when y'all click together. Okay? When y'all stick together.
Mm-hmm.
When y'all consider each other.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the unfairness. God does not like unfairness.
No.
Hey, man, calm down. I didn't give you a cold shoulder. Why are you giving me the cold shoulder?
Right.
Why are you showing me hate and I'm not showing you hate?
Right. Be fair.
We're not fair.
No.
So God looked at us and said, man, we're evil.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what, look. Forget everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Look how we treat each other.
Mm-hmm.
God will look and say, we're evil.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm at.
Genesis chapter 15, verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram.
Uh-huh.
And lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400
The word for
years.
serve, what's that word? Serve. It's abad, right?
Abad.
Abad means what? To serve.
Serve.
To be a servant to.
Uh-huh.
To cater to.
Uh-huh.
If I cater to you, what am I doing when I cater to you?
You comply to the
I comply. Everything you what you're drinking, what you're eating, I cater to you. When you throw a party, you have a caterer. Right or wrong?
That's
What
right.
does the caterer do? Serve the food.
That's right.
You can't be serving food today. See? Just serving. I have to serve myself. Big. I cannot serve everybody. Everybody come with their plate and I'm doing like this. That's work. Right now, in the jail system,
Mm-hmm.
when they go to the mess hall,
Mm-hmm.
there's somebody in the back and that's his job. He gets paid to do what? Bang,
Serve.
bang. Line coming through one by one. Bang. That alone is work.
That's right. The maid servants, the men servants.
Men servants are maid servants.
That's why
if I have a maid, they call it a butler or a maid.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching a show the other day with some rich, black people who are rich, right? It's like a soap opera.
Right.
And they're rich, man. This is how rich they are. Anytime somebody comes on the scene to take their coat off, there's a servant there to grab their coats. Nobody on this show comes out of their coat and has to find somewhere to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody came out of their shoes and had to put it somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to drink. Tetley, his name is Tetley, Alfred, whatever his name is, Garçon, whatever his name is. I'd like, would you like your tea? He go get my tea. I don't have to go in the kitchen and fix it.
Right.
I can stay in the bag.
Right.
Or keep doing whatever I'm doing and be served. That is work. On any given day, just that alone. That's why we do not serve each other or cater to each other on the Shabbat day. Right? Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm at?
Genesis chapter 15, verse 14.
Uh-huh.
And also that nation whom they shall serve.
Will I judge? God, he's talking about Egypt. God is telling Abraham, the only one that knew that Egypt was going to get hit 400 years later, though. He don't, well, look, Abraham though dead and gone, but he knew about this situation going on.
That's right.
God revealed it to him.
That's
God
right.
revealed secrets to his saints.
Teach.
That's right. His chosen ones.
He said, should I let Abraham know? He's talking to his angels about the destruction they're about to put on Sodom and Gomorrah. He said, yeah, I'm going to let Abraham know. No, why? Because he commanded his household after him concerning my commandments. He considers my commandments, and he made sure everybody in his house consider it.
Right.
He says, I ain't going to hold nothing back from him. Okay? But you got a person that do everything for you and hold you down, and you can count on that person. Don't hold back stuff. Be the same way God is. Put that person on. Let them be aware of what's going on. I'm about to do this and that to that one. Or I'm about to make a move here. So I'm only telling you because you listen to me. That's what God means when he says he commands his household after him. Abraham listens to God. Abraham behaves with God. So the one that listens all the time, that behaves, gives up honor, that's the one that's going to get all the information that you don't have. He gets a little insight on certain things. Okay? General information, he got that and inside information. Why? Because he's close. When you honor, whatever you honor, whoever you honor, you got to be there to honor. You got to be close. So you're gonna be told things, and you're gonna see things nobody else is seeing or hearing.
That's right.
Because you got to be there sometimes on the spot to get this right or wrong. For that jewel to drop, you have to be there for the right jewel, because all jewels drop ain't for you. This one jewel drop is for you, but you wasn't there. You wasn't there. So you didn't get all the jewels. But this guy here, and this guy here, and her, and him, they was around. They got more of the jewels. They got more to work with. That's Abraham.
Right.
Abraham was very, 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 very close to God. Okay? He said, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years.
100 years.
That's how long they stayed in Egypt. You know, reading no tarot cards. He ain't had to go to no gypsy, no soothsayer, no witch, no warlock. Because when you're dealing with the true and living, right, you know your future.
Right.
If you believe this book, right, you know your future. You ain't got to find out what lies in your future. Because I believe that I follow God's commandments. He got me in life and death. I know where my spirit gonna go when I die, because I believe what I read. Yeah, it's in here. I believe what I read. It tells you what happens to a wicked spirit and a righteous spirit when a person dies. It tells you where spirits go, the realm of the dead, Sheol. And then they get split. You got the lot of the righteous and the lot of the wicked.
That's what I read.
And those souls get split like classification in jail. Your soul is wicked. You go that way.
Psalms 125.
You go that way. You can't go this way.
Psalms 125.
Only the righteous could go there. Samuel is up in there.
Psalms
Saul is up in there.
That's right.
Samuel said, you and your sons gonna be with me. Is that a metaphor?
No, ain't no metaphor. Ain't no metaphor.
That's what it says.
Ain't no, that's what it says.
That's right. That's what it says.
That's right, princess.
It
That's
said
what
that man's spirit saw Samuel been dead. Let me tell y'all something, man.
Ain't no metaphor.
Let's get this clear.
That's what it says.
Samuel, the prophet, died. This is months later. Saul going to war. He don't get no answer from nobody from God. Anybody who's linked to God, God shut. He go to the priest. The priest inquired, no answer. He said, man, forget the priest. Give me the Urim and Thummim. No answer by the Urim and Thummim. Urim and Thummim are two flat pieces of this. This is where dice come from. Okay, and we use, the priest uses that. Sometimes we get answers from God using these artifacts. Lots. Okay, but Saul wasn't getting no answer.
No answer.
So he said, "Look, man, I know who I could get an answer from,
I know how
but
to get it.
he's dead.
Yeah.
So how I'm gonna get an answer from this guy? There's a way, but God don't like that way.
No.
God don't like
God
that.
God don't accept
You
that
should,
way.
look. Whatever was said while the man was alive, that's it. You gotta leave him alone because he's somewhere else.
That's right.
Now, this man put out all the witches, all the warlocks, but one slipped through the cracks.
Endor.
Forest of Endor, thick green forest. Hard to find somebody out there. That's where witches and warlocks go. They're always in the woods somewhere,
right?
Where nobody can see them and they can do their dirt.
Gloomy.
Yeah,
ain't too many people.
Nah, ain't too many people, man. And that's where she was at.
Yeah.
And the word came back. He said, "Look, man, there's a witch out there." Because he won the one. He said, "Look, man, find me a witch.
He asked for.
Find me a witch.
That's right.
Because I got to get in contact with the spirit of a dead man." Okay? That procedure is called a medium. Today they call it medium. Okay? In the book, it says one who is familiar with the dead. You ever seen a show where a guy be like, he was in a crowd and he said, "Is there a John here? Is there a John here?" And somebody in the audience goes like this. They said, "John." He said, "Yeah, Peter said to tell you he never slept with your wife." This guy is a medium. They call it medium because he can get in contact. He's in the living, and he can also stand between the living and the dead, the souls of the living and the dead, and contact them. God said, "No good.
No good.
I have not suffered you, Israel,
to do
so. You got me. You don't need that.
You got God.
You got God."
That's right.
And the things that you have to do to acquire that knowledge are abominable things. Abominable things are things that God detests. In order to get that, you have to eat and drink blood. See, that's why God said, "Do not eat anything with the blood. Do not eat any manner of blood."
That's right.
Okay? There's reasons why. It ain't health reasons.
That's right.
It's dealing with the spirit. He said, because all these nations did these abominations, and one of them was eating with the blood.
Right.
And eating with the blood, when you do that, you are linked. Your spirit is linked to wickedness. Okay? It binds your spirit to wickedness. All right? That's why God said, don't eat with the blood. Don't drink it.
Right.
Get it out of the flesh before you partake of it.
Right.
So everybody in the world, look. Once you, let me tell you something of the eating of blood. All right? In voodoo, witchcraft, santeria, all that stuff, you must eat your flesh with blood. Sometimes it's raw.
Right.
And in certain rituals, you're drinking the blood. Okay? In certain countries, they got a thing called blood pudding.
Right.
All right? Yeah. Certain islands, West Indies, Panama, they got it. And if you think that, this is a sacrifice.
Okay.
Most dishes that people eat today originated as a sacrifice to a deity. And those dishes of blood are it. They have to drink blood to be in that world.
Right.
That's why God said, do not eat any manner of blood. They got rid of their blood because we made our own kill. We didn't buy our meats from nobody. You cut the whole head off. After you cut the whole head off, you wait for that blood to pour out. You pump it out. Once that blood, that's how the blood is. It comes out. See, people don't believe it because people don't do it. Nobody tried it. Nobody's doing it. And in the slaughterhouses of today, it is not required for you to chop that whole head off. It just said hit certain tendons. But I'm telling you something. They didn't do it like that. We have to do it the way our forefathers did. they was able to eat that goat the same day. You soak your meat, you ain't eating that meat the same day. Ain't that something, G-Shama? Ain't that something? If you soak your meat, you soaked meat.
Right.
Over a month, blood was still in it. But if we had the animal and we had cut that head off, we'd have been able to eat that animal to the same day.
That's right.
Yeah, think about it. We're in Genesis chapter 15, verse 15. It said, "And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, and thou shalt be buried in a good old age." Hey, wait a minute. It said, "You shall go to your fathers in peace." My fathers are dead. My father is dead. His fathers are dead. My forefathers are dead. So if I go to my fathers in peace, this is when I die. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
This is when I die. He said, "Thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, and thou shalt be buried in a good old age." So there's nothing wrong in being old. There's nothing wrong in being old. They make being old, they make being old like there's something wrong. The only thing about being old is you gotta be righteous. You can't, it's not good to be old and be wicked. The older you get, the wicked you get. But having gray hairs is an honor. Being able to reach a certain age in life, that's an honor, good old age. The young people today don't see that. They don't want to grow old. They look at older people and say, "Oh, you old, get out of here." The old got knowledge to drop, man. You should listen. He said, "Thou shalt be buried." Verse 16. "But in the fourth generation, they shall come hither again." 400 years later, he said they're going to come out again. He said, "For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full." Now I'm going to explain this part. 430 years from now, the children of Israel are going to get taken out of Egypt. Egypt is going to be devastated, and there will be a nation made out of Israel. Okay? And that's just in time. The Amorites, which is the Canaanites, all the Canaanites, they have a judgment too from the Most High God. Okay? But their iniquity hasn't been fulfilled yet. So that tells me everybody has a time. Even with your iniquity, you have a time. Okay, well, you know what? We got 400 more iniquities to go. After that, that's it. This nation was slated to be judged by God after the fourth generation came in. Because as we can see, as soon as we got out of Egypt, we were in the wilderness for 40 years. After being in the wilderness for 40 years, we took the land over, which was Canaan land. Today they call it Israel. And these are the people who we conquered and dispelled. God told us to get rid of these people. Okay? Don't marry into these people. Don't take their daughters for your sons. Because if you take their daughters for your sons, you give your sons to their daughters. He said, God said their hearts, your son's heart is going to turn away from God. They're going to stop serving the Most High God, and they're going to start serving their wives, deities and gods. So Abraham is getting history. All right? Right now, Abraham knows, okay, in 400 years, Egypt going to get hit. And after that, the iniquity of the Amorites is going to be fulfilled. Verse 17. "And it came to pass that when the sun went down and was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites." All these people that God mentioned, our forefathers wound up with their land. That was the kingdom that David ran. In David's reign, we had the largest borders. Israel was the largest borders, and it covered what God just said. That borders didn't go down until David's time. He said from the river of Egypt until the great river, the river Euphrates. And up until that time, it was just Abraham, Isaac, and then Jacob, and then his sons, and their sons' sons, and they were all concentrated into Egypt. The rest of the world still doing them. But the Hebrews were made separate by God. Now, Genesis chapter 16. It said, now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children. She was barren. Sarah couldn't have children. He said, and she had a handmaid. She had a maid, an Egyptian whose name was Hagar. Now, she was acquired when Abraham traveled through the land of Egypt. He went through Egypt also, ancient Egypt. Okay? And Sarah wound up with this maid whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. God is the one that held me back from having a baby.
That's right.
That's what she said, give me a child or else I die. Jacob said, yo, it's not me. I'm not the one that's closed the womb. Mm-hmm. God is the one that opens the womb and closes the womb.
That's right.
God is the one that allows a woman to become pregnant. And while that baby is in her belly, God is forming that child. God is making the legs. He's making the bones. He's making the hearts. He's making your skin. While that child is in there, God does that. So she said, God has restrained me from having a child, but my maid, she can have children. Chapter 16. Yes, 16, verse 2. He said, I pray thee, go in unto my maid, and it may be that I may obtain children by her. This is what you call surrogacy. Right. This is where they got the idea of surrogacy parents from. Because your servant, back then here, your servant was yours. Your servant lived with you. You fed your servant. You clothed your servant. Mm-hmm. You took care of your servant. They didn't go home. Your servants didn't go home to their house, and then by 6 in the morning, they're here at your house clocking in. Mm-hmm. And they do this until 5 o'clock and they go home. These servants, they lived with their masters. Some say, look, you know what? I came here empty, man. And my master gave me a wife and children. I love my master, my wife, and my kids. Mm-hmm. I'm not going nowhere. You take them down to the gates, and you put an earring in his ear, or awl, which is a wooden earring in his ear. And that means that I am a servant to someone. That's what the earring means.
That's right.
That's why Jacob said to his sons, get them earrings out of your ears. All those earrings, he took them and he buried them. He said, come out of those clothes and come out of it, because he was dressed, they was dressed as Syrians. They lived in Laban's house. So Laban said, look, to live in my house, everybody got to dress like this. They had to dress the way Laban said. And Jacob was his servant. Earrings signify, that's why Aaron told him, give me all the earrings out of your son's earrings. They didn't have it after that no more. It's a sign of ownership. It said, Abraham hearkened to the voice of Sarah. Verse 3, Genesis chapter 16, verse 3. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. A jealous woman wouldn't have been able to do this. I'm just saying. The jealousy, I read a lot about the jealousy of God and man, and the rage of a man when he's jealous. Right. It's not good for a woman to be jealous.
Say it again, bro.
It's not good for a woman to be jealous. None of these women got down like that. Mm-hmm. He said, look, you know what? My husband, because of these mandrakes, you're going to be with me tonight. She's not trying to stop him with his other wife or saying, hey, you can't have another one. Now, there was a stipulation made by Laban. Laban made the stipulation. Laban told Jacob, you can't have no other woman to wife.
Mm-hmm.
And Jacob didn't marry nobody else. I'm going to find it for you.
What?
Where Laban says it. He
And what?
told him, this is Genesis. We're gonna go to that. Time sheet.
And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly.
Okay, so this covenant is gonna be between God and who? Abraham. Nobody else in the world. Nobody else in the world. It's a personal thing.
Mm-hmm.
Samson had a personal secret with God.
That's right. That's right.
Think about that. You have a secret nobody else knows. Only you and God. God told you this and told you don't tell nobody else. That's how Samson had. That's the secret Samson had. And that was the secret that Delilah was trying to get the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
There was a secret. There was a secret to this guy's strength.
Right.
Right? But God said, don't tell it to nobody, man. He said, man, only you tell it to your mother or your father. Keep that to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But he told this woman, man, he told her under duress.
Mm-hmm.
You know what duress is? Stress.
Yeah.
Nagging. You keep bugging a person, keep bugging a person. They don't want to do it, but now, you know what? All right, man, go ahead, man. So that you can stop bugging me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Absalom kept pressing, he hard pressing David for this guy to go with him.
Yeah.
He said, man, why you keep asking for him? I said, no. And
Uh-huh.
he kept going until David said, all right, man, go ahead. Go ahead. Time sheet.
And Abram fell on his face,
Uh-huh.
and God talked with him, saying, as for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name be any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made. Verse 6 now.
Is 6? No, Genesis 16.
And Sarai said unto Abram, verse 2, and Sarai said unto Abram, behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children of her, by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai.
Uh-huh.
And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan.
So far, he's been in Canaan 10 years. So after the first 10 years, this is when it went down. This has been documented. Time sheet.
And gave her to her husband, Abram, to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes.
Okay. Hagar got pregnant. When Hagar got pregnant, all of a sudden she wasn't acting like she was Sarah's servant no more.
Yes,
She started like, well, I'm the one that's pregnant for Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one having his child. I'm the one that got it. They do this. You know what this means? When a woman look at another woman and do this,
Uh-huh.
you know what that means? I'm the one. I got to see. I've seen it done. I've seen it done many times. They say, yeah, man, and you and she just look at her and go. So that's the type of treatment she's being mocked. Some woman mock woman who can't have children. I see that today too.
That's right.
I've seen a girl get beat up behind that.
Yeah.
And she's talking. She said, what are you talking about? She mad because she can't have children. And she's mad at the ones that got children. He said, you're not bringing them up right. Look what you're doing. If I had kids, and they got into something. That's the thing with the woman. Look, woman knows that they could die in childbirth. You still gonna get me pregnant, brother. I'm still gonna have it because God made us that way. He made man to be this way. He made the woman to be this way, and he equipped the woman for the babies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the patience. After a while, the noise start going, I go in another room.
Yeah.
Or I'll be like, shut up. Oh, y'all be quiet. Or find something to cut quiet that I can't take it. But sisters, I salute y'all. Y'all can do that. I tell my ego the same thing. I said, I don't know how you can do it. All grandkids in this room, they be going, it's wild. I can't do it. I'm not equipped. It's not my job.
That's right.
It's my job to take care of them and to teach them about God when they get a certain age.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my job, man. Nah, that's why things be off. The man want to do the woman's job.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman want to do the man's job. Now the kids are confused. The kids come out backwards. Time sheet.
And Sarai said unto Abram, my wrong be upon thee. I had given my maid into thy bosom, and when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judged between me and thee.
She don't like this situation. This is not good. She's not supposed to be acting like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And what Abraham told her.
And Abram said unto
What
Sarai,
verse you at?
verse 6, chapter 16, verse 6, Genesis. But Abraham said unto Sarai, behold, thy maid is in thy hand.
She's yours.
Do to her as it pleaseth thee.
Whatever you want to do, you do. She belongs to you. She's not my maid. You told me to go in unto her. This is your situation.
Mm-hmm.
She's your possession. Okay? Time sheet.
And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face.
So now Sarai, she started dealing hard with her. She because you think you all that because you got pregnant. I'm the one that you're pregnant for.
Mm-hmm.
You holding that baby for me. She said, I will have seed by her, through her, because she belongs to her. That's her handmaid.
Mm-hmm.
So now, but she's too big-headed. And this is what happens when we get big-headed with God, with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens. Read.
And Sarai dealt hardly with her. She fled from her face.
She ran away. She ran away from her mistress because she was being hard on her. Sometimes you need to be somebody to be hard on you. Because you know why? Your head too big. You're thinking too much of yourself. That's where Hagar's at right now.
Way too much.
She's thinking you said way too much.
Way too much.
You're thinking way too much of yourself. Somebody got to pop that balloon. They got to pop that balloon. Because you're thinking too much. Yeah, that's what they do on YouTube. They got a show where they say, pop the balloon. Oh, he's ugly. Pop. Oh, I don't approve. Pop. And when that thing pop and you get rejected, it's a bad feeling. Yeah, people get mad. So it's the same thing. You need that ego to be popped. You're thinking too much. You say you think too much of yourself. That's what Moses told. Moses told those dudes, y'all thinking too much of yourself.
Too much.
You're thinking beyond. You're biting off more than you can chew. You got on your plate more food than you can eat. This is not your job. Stay in your place. Mama said, every dance is not for you to every song is not for you to dance to. Every song being played, you can't dance to. Tell she.
And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to shore. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai.
The angel of the Lord. See, God is intervening now because she's out of place. There's no such thing as running away. Heathens run away. We don't run away. Okay? There's no such thing as running away. You can't run from God. This is an example, okay, of a person that don't want to live this life no more. Went back to whence they came from. And they look at us. They're like, oh, look at them. They still with this. They still doing that. They still doing not me, child. Not me. I can't do that no more. They ain't gonna be having more than one woman on me. That's what the women say.
That's right.
But that's all they was worried about. Most of the women that came into Israel and went back out there, they was only worried about if their man have another woman. They didn't care about God. They cared about what was going on in their heart, and that was it. They didn't care that the man that they was with is showing them who God is. They blocked themselves. Don't block yourself. Come, sheep.
And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur, and he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress.
She said, I ran away from my mistress because she was being too hard for me. The angel is talking to Hagar, an Egyptian. The angel not even talking to Abraham or Sarah.
Talking to Hagar.
Talking to her because she's under the umbrella. You get to connect because you close to the one who served God.
That's right.
You close to the one that served God, you're going to get some juice.
That's right.
Use it, though.
That's right.
You're going to get some juice. That little bit of juice you got, that's all you need. Because you was next to the generator.
That's right.
And she was next to Sarah. Sarah is one with Abraham. So Hagar is connected. That's why the angel came and spoke to her.
You say he was the generator?
He was the generator. Abraham was the generator.
He was the what?
The generator.
Generator.
The generator.
The mother.
The electricity comes from him.
Yeah.
When you run out, you got to come back here and get it from him.
You're not the generator.
So Hagar got that. She got a little spark. So for the angel to come and say, hey, man, what you doing? No. To give us some wisdom. You don't belong here. Get back to you. Yeah, but she's treating me hard. Look, man, get back.
And she's carrying
Because you carrying a holy man's seed.
Right. That's right.
You carrying a godly man's seed.
Right.
You can't just go off anywhere. That's why I told the Israelites, don't believe that story about the Queen of Sheba having a son for Solomon. It's not in the book.
Not in the book.
Other people wrote it and we believe in it.
Right.
And it's about our forefather. We got the story correct. Let's stick to it.
That's it.
She didn't have a baby for Solomon.
That's it.
If she had a baby for Solomon, where he at?
Yeah.
Where was Menelek? They called him Menelek. What did he write?
Nothing.
Where did he live?
Nothing.
Where's his children?
Nothing.
God was not going to let us branch of Jedediah, not Solomon, Jedediah. He called him Jedediah. Where this branch is he? Where this guy come from? Back to Ethiopia? He ain't got no seed there. She didn't come for that. And if y'all know anything about the Queen of Sheba and Ethiopians and the queens and back in those days, they could not marry a man outside of their kingdom, because then Solomon would have been the king of Ethiopia, of Sheba, because that's where she was coming out. It's not in the book, y'all. Let's stop saying things that's not in the book.
That's
right.
That's right. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, return to thy mistress and submit thyself under her hand. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord had heard thy affliction.
God named him.
God
the parents ain't even named him.
Mm-hmm.
He said he told the parents what to name him, because he's going to be godly children.
And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, thou God seest me. For she said, have I also here looked after him that sees me? Wherefore the well was called Be'er Laharoi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son, and Abraham called his son's name, which Hagar bare Ishmael. And Abraham,
cut that. Go to Genesis chapter 31.
Genesis.
Verse 49.
Genesis chapter 31, verse 49.
It's in the book.
Chapter 31, verse 49. Okay. Got it. And Mitzpah. For he said, the Lord watched between me and thee, when we are absent one from another.
This is Laban speaking to Jacob. Okay? Tamshi.
If thou shalt afflict my daughters.
Laban said, if you afflict my daughters, if you afflict them, if you put them through any hard trial, if you deal and treat with them harsh, okay?
Or if thou shalt take other wives besides my daughters.
See, it's in the book. We don't quote nothing that's not in the book. He said, or if you afflict my daughters, or if you take other wives other than my daughters,
Right.
That means he couldn't take no more wives, right or wrong, y'all?
Right.
Read it over.
No man is with us. See, God is witness between me and thee.
He said, if thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives besides my daughters, no man is with us. Meaning, no one is here to see what you're doing when you do it. I'm not there to see it, but God is. That was a deal. Jacob couldn't do. Jacob didn't. He kept those and he died with those. He didn't marry no other woman. He didn't remarry. Abraham remarried. He married another, right?
He had 4 already.
Jacob, he got 4.
4.
Look. Laban said, look, man, you don't need no more. You got my daughters. You got my daughters. Do not afflict her or any one of them. No man wants their daughter to be with a man that's going to treat them bad or not take care of them.
Right.
No man wants that. So you got to just watch how you treat women because you got daughters.
That's right.
You don't want this to happen to your daughter.
That's right.
So why am I doing this to somebody else's daughter?
That's right.
God, remember that, man. That sister has a mother and a father. It should be honored and respected. But Laban put the lock on him. Look, man, you can't marry nobody else.
God is witness betwixt me and thee. And Laban said to Jacob, behold, this heap, behold, this pillar, which I have cast between me and thee.
Okay, stop that now. Go to Jeremiah chapter 23. Yeah, start from the top. Jeremiah chapter 23.
Jeremiah chapter 23. Jeremiah.
Read whatever you read.
Jeremiah chapter 20.
Chapter 23.
Woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, saith the Lord.
Woe, trouble, destruction unto the pastors, the leaders, the teachers, the officers, the Hebrew scholars, the Hebrew teachers, all the teachers, all the ones who teach the people, all the leaders who lead the people. He said, woe be unto you that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture.
Right.
I can't stop you from going somewhere on the Shabbat. No matter what you did. I cannot stop you from coming here on Shabbat. I can stop you from coming here during the week. But on Shabbat, you got to be here, brother. But you're still banned for 3 weeks. But you can't come here during the week. But you got to be here Shabbat. That's how the pastor is supposed to live. That's why God said, woe be unto the pastors, because you're destroying and you're scattering the people with your decisions and your ways. Your decisions are being fueled by your ways and your feelings and your emotions. And we cannot let that get in front of God and his commandments, because everybody has to gather today. So nobody is banned on Shabbat.
That's right.
You can't do that.
There's not nobody to hold a holy convocation, man.
Everybody has to have a holy convocation. You just can't come here during the week, brother. You can't come here for 2 months during the week.
Functions, you can't come.
Functions, you can't come.
Shabbat.
But Shabbat, you gotta be here.
Let's congregate.
After Shabbat, you gotta leave. See, this thing ain't about me or you or us.
About
It's
God.
about the Most High God.
Facts.
And we are required to do after what God commands us.
That's right. That's right.
So even though I'm a chief, I'm a teacher, I'm a leader, my ego is not big to where I put my decisions or what I feel on the people, and now it blocks you from serving God.
Yeah.
That's not a good decision.
Yeah.
Woe be unto the leaders and the teachers that say it's okay to do something that God say not to do.
That's right.
Or not to eat. Woe be unto them.
That's right.
Woe be unto all of them that say, if God say, don't eat with the blood, but I tell you, you can eat with it because there's no other way to get it out. Woe be unto me.
That's right.
Woe be unto me. If I say it's okay for that sister to wear pants, she can wear pants. Woe be unto me. Woe be unto me if I tell you it's okay to cut your beard and to get haircuts.
That's right.
Woe be unto me if I tell you it's okay that you can set up another day of celebration on top of the Shabbat day.
Right.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, against the pastors that feed my people, he has scattered my flock.
You fed them knowledge, but not the knowledge of God. And by doing that, how many camps got split up?
Mm-hmm.
How many camps got split up?
Mm-hmm.
Too many.
Too many. Mm-hmm. It's still being split
Because of the leaders.
Right. It's the message.
That's right.
He said, ye have scattered my flock and driven them away. He said, man, you know what, man? They ain't got nothing right here. I'm going over there, man. It said you make the Lord's people despise his commandments and just transgress. How did Eli's sons cause the people to transgress?
Yeah.
Because it said, man, they're not right over there in that camp over there of Eli with the priest. They be doing them dirty. They're not just over there.
Yeah.
So now I'm going over here.
Mm-hmm.
Or some say, man, I'm done with this Israelite thing. Because everywhere it got done, treated unfairly. Yeah. Israelites had to push people out too.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because of
And
what?
you make
Treatment.
Because of treatment.
Not because of the law, right?
Nah.
But that's disregarded in Israel.
No. The treatment. Now, if it was the law being done, they wouldn't be treated that way.
Facts.
You wouldn't be treated that way because the law would be considered first.
Right.
And that emotion you had to treat a person this way because you feel this way would get squashed.
Right.
You would squash you.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
So that's why the treatment come that way because the law is not being performed. There's no fairness or justice here.
Right.
So a person is not going to be around somewhere where they feel they're being treated unjustly. Nobody's going to do that.
That's right.
He said, don't let the Ethiopian say, I'm a dry tree. Don't let the stranger come here and say, oh man, I'm alone around these people.
Stop making me feel like the soft thumb.
I'm alone around these people.
I'm the odd man now.
Look. I'm never thought about. I'm always left out.
Uh-huh.
Everybody forgot about me. So I'm a dry tree.
And it tells me about you.
And it tells me y'all don't care about me. So I'm going to go this way. God said don't let nobody feel that way.
Facts.
Turn sheet.
And driven them away, and have not visited them.
And driven them away.
Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doing, saith the Lord. And I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries, whether I have driven them.
Okay. So we all over the world.
We all over.
We all over the world.
I said we all over.
We are all over the world.
We all over.
Different shapes, colors, sizes.
It's all
God
over.
said, y'all gonna stay there until I gather. I will gather the remnant of my flock.
Not just here.
Everywhere.
It's all over. God said it.
We're not the only ones.
Facts.
There's a few sprinkled over
Facts.
there.
Sprinkle there, sprinkle
You'll be
there.
surprised.
A little touch over
Yeah,
there. A little touch down there.
Believe what
God
you read.
said it.
Believe what you read.
Facts.
That's where the remnant at. The
Facts.
remnant is all over.
It's all over.
Time sheet.
And I will bring them again to their folds, and they shall be fruitful and increase.
That ain't happened yet.
It ain't happened yet.
Time sheet.
And I will set up shepherds over them, which shall feed them.
Shepherds,
Uh-huh.
real leaders, real
Uh-huh.
teachers
Uh-huh.
that'll step on their own toes.
Uh-huh.
They're not going to tell the people nothing against God because they're doing it.
Uh-huh.
Or because it makes them feel good.
Good point.
Time sheet.
House of prayer for all people.
For who?
For all people.
For who?
For all people.
For just blacks.
No, for all
For
people.
just Israelites.
For all
For
people.
just Jews.
For all people.
Not the Jews.
For all people.
Just niggas.
For all people.
Let's get this
That's
correct.
right.
We don't believe what we read.
That's right.
There's not a lot of racism in here.
This is not for just Negroes, man.
That's
A
right.
Chinese man walking here, and in his heart, in the sincerity of his heart, he said, man, that's God. That's my God. I want to learn how to serve him. A Chinese
Accept him.
guy. You cannot treat him
Accept
different
him.
because he is Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
His heart, look, it's more, has more strength to serve God than you do.
Uh-huh.
How about that?
You got him.
How about that?
You had him in the book.
How about that?
Look at
Uriah
Job.
the Hittite.
Look at Job.
A Hittite.
Look at Job.
Come out of the seed of
That's
Canaan.
right.
Oh man, no, we have the seed of Israel.
That's right.
Not everybody out the seed of Israel was
That's
a good
right.
seed.
That's
You ever
right.
heard of a bad seed?
That's right.
So I'm saying these things so we don't stay big-headed.
Facts.
You get big-headed with each
Facts.
other, and then next you get big-headed with God,
Facts.
and then God pop that
Facts.
balloon. God gonna pop your balloon.
Facts.
Time sheet.
And they shall fear no more, nor be dismayed. Neither shall they be lacking.
They ain't gonna
saith the
need
Lord.
nothing. They know they ain't gonna need nothing.
That's right.
Nobody's gonna invade them no more.
That's right.
Nobody's gonna come take nothing from them no more.
Uh-huh.
They're gonna serve God truly 100%, and
right.
God is gonna hold them down.
That's right.
That ain't happening yet. Wouldn't you like to be a part of that situation?
That's right.
This is an era. This is an era that the world hasn't seen yet. The world has not been able to see a righteous era because of what Adam did.
Mm-hmm.
So God made God righteous man. So he made a righteous nation out of that righteous man.
That's
For
right.
them to hold it down on this planet
That's
and
right.
teach the rest of the world.
That's right.
That's what we were supposed to do. We did what God said to do. We were supposed to teach the rest of the world.
That's
We were
right.
supposed to be the priests.
That's
And
right.
everybody come and learn. All nations would have came and learned about us. So don't get mad when they don't listen.
That's
It
right.
is for you to listen and serve God.
Facts.
Time sheet.
Behold, the
Behold.
days come, saith the Lord,
Days will come.
that I will raise unto David a righteous branch, and the king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth.
In the earth. That means with everybody. That means this king gonna be running it.
Yeah.
All this ain't happened yet. All this ain't because the guy that's running the world right now, he don't serve God. But check this out. All the leaders of the world do God's bidding
Uh-huh.
by proxy.
Uh-huh.
They don't know it. They serve janky. They serve this, they serve that. But then with what they do and their decisions, we may not like,
Mhm.
but God made them make those decisions to affect us and
That's
the
right.
people.
That's right.
That's how it works. Time sheet.
In his days,
Uh-huh.
Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely.
Uh-huh.
And this is his name whereby he shall be called, the Lord our righteousness. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that they shall no more say, the Lord liveth, which brought up the children of Israel out of the land of
He
Egypt.
said
But-
they ain't gonna say that. There's gonna come a time where they ain't gonna have to say that no more. All right? What they
Uh-huh.
gonna say? What they
But-
gonna say? What they gonna say?
But the Lord liveth,
Uh-huh.
which brought up, and which led the seed of the house of Israel
Uh-huh.
out of the north country,
Uh-oh.
and from all countries
Okay.
whither I had driven them.
Now, a lot of scholars read this and they automatically say, oh, the North countries, that's North America. That's North America.
Uh-huh.
But that's not North America.
Yeah.
The northern countries are the countries that are north of Israel.
Right.
Babylon
Right.
is north.
That's right.
All right, we in New York, we're in Brooklyn, we're in the Five Boroughs, right? Up north is upstate New York,
That's right.
right or wrong?
That's right.
Okay, so when you in Israel, up north from Israel, the first country you're gonna get is Syria, and you keep going north, you get Assyria. You keep going north, you get Babylon. You keep going north, you get Persia.
Right.
So he said, I'm gonna bring, and this was the time when we were in captivity in Persia.
Mhm.
This happens already. This part here. where God will lead the seed out of the house of Israel, out of the north country, from all countries, whither he had driven them, and they shall dwell in their own land. There was one time God did bring them back.
That's right.
After the 70-year captivity.
That's right.
Okay? They came back. God brought them back. That's why I say a lot of these prophecies, most of them are from after they came back from the 70-year captivity.
That's right.
And that's what this verse is talking about. It's when it says the North countries, it is not talking about North America. North America was not inhabited yet.
Mm-hmm.
The North countries are the North countries that were north geographically of Israel. And I just named them to you: Syria, Assyria, Babylon, Persia.
Right.
Because these are the places, these are the world powers that took over us. Syria wasn't a world power, but before we got taken by them guys, Syria was was an enemy of ours. We had a lot of wars with the Syrians. Top sheet. Verse 10.
For the land is full of adulteries.
Oh, talk about Israelites. The land of Israel, where Israelites live, man. He said they're full of adulteries.
Right.
What is adultery? He said you got adultery. You got adultery for a man. You got adultery for a woman.
Right.
Adultery for a man is if the man lays down with a woman that is betrothed, which is engaged, or married.
Right.
Once a man sleeps with a woman that is betrothed, engaged, married, he is an adulterer, she is an adulteress. Once a woman lays with any man besides who she's engaged to or who she is married to,
right,
that's it. That's adultery for her.
Mm-hmm.
She is not allowed to lay with more than one man. She doesn't have the privilege by God, if she has the money, to take care of more than one man. That's
right.
The man's privilege. So the man had to make sure, you got to make sure before you even look at her, she's not married.
Right.
Are we in Genesis? No, Jeremiah 23, verse 10. But the land is full of adulteries. He said, because of swearing, we swear and be lying. Yeah, no, I swear to the Most High. No, you telling me about this? I didn't even ask you if you was lying or not. You ain't got to swear. Everything that you say, why you got to say, I swear to the Most High. I swear to the Most High. That's what you call intemperate swearing. We don't do that. The only time they swore was when a charge was being brung on someone and an oath was being made. Like, I take an oath before God that I have not laid my hands to my neighbor's goods. That's when I swear. We didn't walk around swearing like that.
Right.
I'm telling you a story about what happened with me and this dude, a war story.
Yeah.
I'm telling you a war story, a fight that I had, or something that went down.
Right.
And I'm, every minute, every sentence, at the end of every sentence, I swear to the Most High. I swear to God. No good.
That's right.
We're not the people that be swearing like that.
That's right.
And we don't swear to dead people. On that word to my dead, and we don't talk like that.
Don't talk like that.
All right? We only swear upon the name of the Lord. That's it. In truth and in sincerity. You can't use nothing else to swear upon. Because who you worship God, right? God is your king, right? Well, in his name, that's what you're saying. This is truth. In God's name, this is truth. If God is a witness, he will come and say, hey, he's right. That's what you're saying when you swear in his name. And these people didn't go around doing that, man.
Yeah.
That's what it is to swear and take his name in vain.
Right.
And another part in the Apocrypha, it said, do not make yourself used to intemperate swearing. Because we talk so much. I want you to believe me so much. I swear. And you didn't even say, hey, I don't believe you.
Right.
I had to tell one brother, I said, yeah, you ain't got to keep saying that. I believe you. Matter of fact, you've been reading the story to me, and I was there. So why are you swearing to me? Or swearing to God about it? God, leave that alone. He said, but because of swearing, the land mourned. The land, Israel mourned because of these things. This land not mourning.
Yeah.
This is not the land that was promised to Israel. This land is not linked. If you do these commandments, this land will spew you out. This is not the land. All right? America is not that land. This is where you're going to live and die before God. And it determines how you live your life and your ways and those commandments and your feelings and your thoughts and all of these things. But you're going to experience it outside of Israel. Time sheet. The pleasant places. Middle of 10.
For the land is full of adulterers, but because of swearing, the land mourneth. The pleasant places of the wilderness are dried up, and their course is evil, and their course is not right.
Hey, this is why certain spots in Israel that was flowing with milk and honey, green, they're dry now. That's why. That's why when you look over there, the place is dry right along.
That's right.
It's dry, man. There's no dirt to dig. It's rocks. Yeah. Israel is not flowing with milk and honey like it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
He said, because the people that lived in it, us, Israel, swearing, lying, adultery, these things have a negative effect on the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all know that? Look. You see how people saying, say, put the plastic here and do this for environmental reasons, right? Cardboard. They didn't have to do that. All they had to do was serve God. All they had to do was serve God, and the environment would be free of toxics. Now, see, today, they got to do that today. Why? Because there's no law being done. When there's no law being done, a country, a people, a government will fail. As generations go on, they get weaker and weaker.
That's right.
They get weaker and weaker and weaker. Y'all don't see people today, they get sick quicker. Right. Kids are more sick than it was in my time.
That's right.
I didn't get sick as much as my children got sick.
That's right.
Time sheet.
For both prophets and priests are profane.
Oh, yeah. It gets to that point. It said God said the prophet and the priest
what do you think about
are profane. That was what we was saying. We ain't got no priest and prophet. We don't even have that.
What do you think about the people now?
So the people are profane. If
we
the priests, if the heads were profane back then,
that's right.
Right? And we don't even have priests and prophet. The people today are worse than this.
Worse than them. You ain't profane? Yeah.
At least we was good enough
God
to have.
said you
at least we still had a priest. We still had a prophet. We could have got right with God, right?
Yeah.
We had it, right?
Yeah.
We got that now.
Yeah.
And everybody's profane. The people are profane. If the head is profane, the people are profane.
But you can get yourself out of it, though.
But you can get it out.
You ain't got it.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
Okay? He said, yea, in my house have I found their wickedness. God said, in my house. Literally, in his house, he found it. I told you that he told him to peek through the wall. And when he looked to see what they was doing in the temple,
what happened?
They was praising creeping things.
Uh-huh.
They were worshiping spiders, roaches, and Beelzebub, which is the Lord of the flies. Mm-hmm. You see that fly? You catch him, you kill that fly. Do you know our people used to bow down to that fly?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So God said, I looked amongst my own house and I found all their wickedness.
Mm-hmm.
He said, wherefore their way shall be unto them as slippery ways in the darkness.
Oh, my goodness.
Their ways, your ways are going to trip you up.
Your own way.
You don't change your ways. Your ways and how you do and how you treat and what you say. Your own things that come out your mouth and your own doings is going to trap you off.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Change your ways.
Okay.
Okay? It said they shall be driven on. You know what that means?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to push them.
Towards
I'm going to push them towards that.
I'm going to feed you.
I'm going to drive you towards that with your own ways. I'm going to make you more strong in your own ways so you can get far away from me. He said, they shall be driven on and fall therein.
Facts.
You know what the fall is? When you stop doing this. When you
Facts.
get driven away, God drive you away, and you
Facts.
stop doing this.
Facts.
You fell. What you say in the street? Oh man, he fell off, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Israel, when you fall off, when you stop serving God. Count you.
For I will bring evil upon them, even the year of their visitation, saith the Lord. And I have seen folly in the prophets of Samaria.
Seen wickedness
They
in the
prophesied
prophets.
and built, and caused my people Israel to err.
You cause it, though,
Oh,
man.
my goodness.
If you want to serve Bill,
That's a heavy chapter,
yo,
man.
do that on your own, man.
That's a heavy chapter.
Yeah, man, do it on your own. This is what the
Chapter
people were
ain't no
doing that God didn't like.
The chapter ain't no joke.
Okay? He said, I've seen folly in the prophets. They prophesy and build and cause my people Israel to err. God don't like that, man. If you want to mess up with God on your own, that's you.
That's you.
But now you got other people following you. God don't like that. He said, Manasseh, the man that caused Israel to sin. Thank God that he wisened up and got that reputation off him.
That's right.
You don't want it. It's bad enough you're sinning. Now you got other people doing it. Tough shit.
I have seen also in the prophets of Jerusalem a horrible thing.
Look, this is the prophets don't went bad so bad. This is the worst I've seen of them.
They commit adultery.
The prophets, we talking about the prophets now. The prophets started committing adultery.
And walking lies.
And they was lying to the people. They said, man, the temple, the Lord of these. Ain't nobody coming here to do nothing to us. God is with us. But Babylon came and took everything. Tom Sheep.
They strain also the hands of evildoers, that none doth return from his wickedness.
They strengthen the hands of evildoers.
They are all of them unto me as Sodom and the inhabitants thereof as Gomorrah.
And with that, I hope you guys will report. I want us to be for the rest of the day. I bid you guys tell of our forefathers. Shalom Aleichem. And does anybody have any questions? Any questions before Chief Shama comes up? No questions? I'll call up the next speaker and teacher indeed, Chief Shama.
Very good. Excellent. Yes. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. When we're giving praises to God, when we're glorifying God, everybody's standing. That's out of respect and honor for God. With giving due respect and honor to my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. These laws, commandments, and statutes supposed to change your ways. Supposed to change your ways. And when your ways become changed, then you will begin to consider. But you will never consider if your ways ain't right with God. I say you're not going to consider if your ways ain't right with God. We're going to go into Genesis 2. But before I go into Genesis 2, I want to emphasize on a point that Chief Mikael brought concerning Sarah. When Sarah said, that my injustice, my wrong is upon thee. In the Hebrew, it states that my wrong and my injustice that was done to me was concerning thee, which means that which means that what's done to me was done to Abraham. That's the one mind mentality. That's the oneness that God is looking for between the husband and the wife. If you violate my wife, you violate me. If you violate the husband, you violate the wife. Why? Because we won. And that's what Sarah was saying. This is what Sarah was saying to Abraham. So then Abraham goes on and says, he said, thy handmaid is in your hand. Do to her what seemeth good. Whatever you desire or perceive or want to do to her, go ahead and do it. But again, you cannot, your ways must be right with God. If your ways is not right with God, everything else will not, nothing else you do would be accepted. And you know where I read that at? And I ain't learned that till just now. That's why it's very important to read this book every day. God said, read it every day so that I may learn to fear God. God said, read it every day so I can change my mentality and how I think. God said, read it every day so I can change my ways. Now, because my ways has changed, I deal with people differently. What's up, man? But nobody is considering their ways. Nobody is watching themselves. Nobody is taking heed to themselves. Nobody. I'm going to finish off what Chief Mikhail said. He said, therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts, concerning the prophets, the priests, they all turned away from God at a point in time in history. At a point in time in history, the prophets and the priests turned away from God. Those was the last ones to get in bad standards. Behold, I will feed them with wormwood and make them drink the waters of gall. For from the prophets of Jerusalem is profaneness going forth into all the land. Because of you, O prophets, O priests, you done profaned and desecrated and caused the people to transgress with God. So if you think God is talking, look how God is talking about his prophets and his priests that we read about in this book. Ain't none of us better than them. I said, ain't none of us better than the men in this book that God is talking about. We can't touch them because generations done moved on. After generation, after generation, after generation, after generation, we done got weaker. We done got weaker. We done got worse. Everything about us has been worse before God. Our ways stink. We stink before God, man. Yeah, you stink. And that's the mentality that the godly must have. That's the mentality that the pious must have so that he may continue to correct himself. Stop looking at yourself and putting yourself on a pedestal. You ain't nothing. You ain't nothing. Pipe down. Humble yourself. Sit on the floor. What God said. Isaiah, right? Then God said that. Huh? God said, humble yourself. Pipe down. Stop exalting yourself. I do this and I do that. Man, go ahead and sit down somewhere. God said, humble yourself. The only way to correct myself, I must walk in my life with humility and meekness before God so that I can become better. So I can improve. So that I can be called the chosen one. Or I can be called the elect.
Chosen.
I want God to choose me. I want God to choose me. He said, thus saith the Lord of hosts, hearken not unto the words of the prophets that prophesy unto you. They make you vain. I said, hearken not to the prophets that prophesy unto you. Because the things that the prophets was telling the people is causing you to make you, they're making you vain. Huh? That's deep. We have to watch what we say to people. We have to watch our instructions and the things that we give to people and advice and what we say. Because not everything you say is correct by God. That's why when the things that we decide to say, we have to correlate it with the book. Because when you tell people things, you've given them a pattern of thought, a certain type of mentality of how we should think and move before God. Now, when I start moving in that way or in those ways, but God don't accept it, then what happened now? The Lord has said, ye shall have peace. No, they say, still unto them that despise me. The Lord has said, ye shall have peace. And they say, everyone that walketh after the imaginations of their own heart. According to how you think is how you move. According to how you think is how you move. How you think is going to show in your actions. That's why God speaks about forward thoughts. These are thoughts that are contrary to God's thoughts. These are ways that is contrary to the ways of God. These are actions that's contrary to the actions of God. But that's why you got to read the book. So you watch yourself and you take heed to yourself, watching your thoughts, your actions, and the things that you do, and you correlate it with the book. And you correlate it with the book. No evil shall come upon you. For who has stood in the counsel of the Lord and had perceived and heard his words? Who had marked his word and heard it? Behold, a whirlwind of the Lord is going forth in fury. Huh? God is moving. I said the Spirit of God is moving at that point in time. But he ain't happy. God is not pleased. Just like today. You think God pleased? I don't know. Look around. I said, do you really think God is pleased?
Don't fool yourself.
Don't fool yourself, man. God is not pleased. Because you're playing with the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. We're playing with the ways of God.
We think it's right.
But we think these things are light.
I think it's light.
Ain't nothing. None of God's commandments is light work.
I think it's light.
Like I heard my brother, Chief Abraham, said, these laws you calling kindergarten, ain't nothing you do in the laws of God is kindergarten.
Wearing your garments is not kindergarten.
Wearing your garment ain't kindergarten. It's held in high regard with God. Why? Because God dressed Adam and Eve in robes. Wearing your frontlet and your bracelet.
That's not kindergarten.
That's not kindergarten.
No, high level.
Those are high-level laws.
That's high level.
But there is degrees. There's steps and stages in righteousness. Just like there's steps and stages in wickedness. Levels. Levels. It's levels, man. Ezra was on a higher level than other pious and godly men. Elijah was on a higher level than other men. He said, who had marked his words and heard it? Behold, the whirlwind of the Lord is gone out in fury, even a grievous whirlwind.
It shall fall grievously upon the head of the wicked.
Uh-oh. You see what it's falling on? The anger of God is going to fall upon the wicked ones. Who's wicked? How can we detect who is wicked?
How do I identify these people?
How can I identify them? How can you identify if you're wicked?
With myself.
It's not my job to identify if you're wicked. My job is to identify if I am wicked. My job is to chastise you and rebuke you and show you where you are going wrong at with God. That's it. He never said to despise you or hate you. He said correct them. Huh? King David said, I hate them that hate thee. Right? Right? But show me where in the book can King David show that. with anybody. Yeah, he said it in prayer. But he still didn't denote it and show hatred to the ones that turned against God.
Get that. Get that.
You get that? No, you don't. They don't get it.
Most merciful. He still let everybody slide.
He still let them rise. The ways of a godly man. The ways of a man that God chose and said, this man got a heart like me.
Roll on. Word.
Let's read.
The anger of the Lord shall not return.
The anger of the Lord shall not return until what?
He have executed, until he have performed the thoughts of his heart.
Wait a minute. Until he has executed or performed what he done what his thoughts, the things that he have in mind on doing to you. Huh? Go ahead.
In the latter days, ye shall consider it perfect.
Uh-huh.
I have not sent these prophets.
I have not sent these prophets.
Yet they ran.
Yet they ran.
I have not spoken to them.
I have not spoken to them.
Yet they prophesied.
Yet they prophesied.
But if they had stood in my counsel.
But if they have stood in my counsel,
And
what is the counsel of God? The counsel of God is following after his ways. The counsel of God is following after his laws, commandments, and statutes. That's the counsel of God. But if you had remained and took heed to yourself and remained in the counsel of God, what would have happened?
But if they had stood in my counsel and had caused my people to hear my words, then they should have turned them from their evil way and from the evil of their doing.
How you know if they're not going to change? You don't know. That's why God went to Jonah. He said, hey, I need you to go where? To Nineveh and warn the people. Jonah looked and said, I ain't going there. These people is wicked. They don't serve God. They serve idols of wood and stone. They eat blood and fat. I'm taking a ship and I'm going to Tarshish. I guess Jonah knew better than God. He thought he knew better than God. That's why he moved that way. So when he went and took the ship to go the opposite direction of where God told him to go, it was a grievous storm that God caused to happen in the water. So the ship is moving. It's moving. But Jonah's at the bottom of the ship sleeping.
Like no storm out there.
Why? Because he said, I serve the God of the sea and dry land. I know where it's coming from. He already perceived it immediately because they was connected to God.
100%.
Where they was able to perceive and understand where this is coming from.
And why. Yeah.
So the master of the ship comes down. He said, hey, what you doing sleeping? He said, get up and pray to your God. Maybe we can get delivered out of this. When he heard that Jonah served the God of the sea of the dry land, he got afraid. They started emptying things off the ship.
They stopped praying to them.
But next thing, the water got more grievous. So they took Jonah and threw him off. When they threw him off, the sea subsided. Immediately. Then God commanded a large ship to swallow him.
Drama.
Because now, God got to put you through it. I said, God put you through it so that you can acknowledge your faults. I said, God put you through situations so that you can check yourself. Check your ways. So while he's sitting in the fish, he cried out to God.
Oh, boy.
Next thing, the fish spit him out on the dry land. So when you are at fault with God, God is looking for some type of correction to come with you. Have you learned from this chastisement? Have you learned from what I put you through?
Have you received
And if you have received the correction, correct it. Correct your faults with God. Which means what? Look, go ahead, read it.
Jeremiah 23:23. Am I a God at hand, saith the Lord, and not a God far off? Can any hide himself in a secret place that I shall not see him?
Can any hide himself in a secret place and God ain't gonna see you?
God gonna see you.
Huh? You think God ain't gonna see? Go ahead.
Say the Lord, do not I fill heaven and earth?
He
Say
said,
the
man,
Lord.
listen, I filled the heavens and the earth. My glory filled the heaven and earth. You think you're going to move in a certain type of way and I'm not going to realize what you meant by that? You think you're going to say and do things and I'm not going to realize what you meant by that? You think I ain't going to pick these things up, how you really feel inside?
Yeah. This is how you really feel. I see it.
Because we hide. We hide who we truly is.
Until you get upset.
Until you get upset. And even when that happens, you still hide how you truly is. But then you talk about it on the side. Talk about it here.
Whisper.
Because you're a little bothered. But God sees it. You can't hide from God. And he knows your true intentions.
He knows your true intent. That's correct.
Go ahead.
I have heard what the prophet said.
I've heard what the prophet said.
That prophecy lies and
That
prophesy lies in
prophecy
my name.
prophesy lies in my name.
Saying I have dreamed. I have dreamed. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets?
How long is my prophets going to continue this way?
Yea, they are prophets.
I said, how long is my prophets going to continue this way? Well, we don't have prophets and priests. But you know what God is saying? How long are you people going to continue in the way that you're moving?
It's just people left now. That's right.
It's just people left. How long are we going to continue moving the way we're moving with God and think God is going to continue to spare you? Ain't nothing's going to happen. Go ahead.
Yea, they are prophets of the deceit of
prophets
their
of
own
deceit
heart.
of their own heart. These these deceits you got in you. Deceit lies within. I said the deceit lies within us. That's why wisdom can't come into a malicious soul. A deceitful soul, wisdom shall not enter, because I have to let go of deceit. Be truthful with yourself so that God can work with you, so that you can make the necessary corrections with yourself to become better with God. You have to be truthful with yourself. Man, I meant it. I felt this way. I did this. And I did the other. And I recognized my fault that I had done to you, how I offended you, because I didn't have to talk to you like that. I didn't have to come at you that way. But we don't think this way. Don't you think there's a way to handle situations? That's why Jethro commanded Moses, he said, appoint officers. There's somebody always over you. Gotta have somebody over you. Because if there's nobody over you, everybody doing what they want, then we can't run nothing. We can't have nothing. Because there nobody wants to listen to nobody. I didn't see that here. When these officers was appointed, the people hearkened to those officers. Let's read.
Which think to cause my people to forget my name by their
Which think
dreams.
to cause my people to forget my name by their own dreams. According to what you done dreamt up in your mind, it doesn't correlate with what God said. Right. So the dreams that then came up in your mind, get rid of them. Yeah. Stop thinking that way.
Those bright ideas.
Your thoughts, your bright ideas, and how your opinions, it has to correlate with the book. The book. Not with you. Not with how you feel. Not with what you like. Because what I like, God don't like it. How I feel, God don't feel that way. How I think, God don't think that way. So this book is teaching us how to think, how to act, how to feel, how to treat people, have a heart. But you can't have a heart because too much pride lies within. I said too much pride lies within. Tom Sheep.
Which think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal. The prophet that hath a dream.
The prophet that had a dream.
Let him tell a dream.
Let him tell a dream.
And he that hath my word, let him speak. My word faithfully.
My word faithfully.
What is the shaft to the weak? Saith the Lord.
Saith the Lord. Jeremiah chapter 23, verse 29. Go ahead.
Is not my word like as a fire?
It's not my word like a fire, saith the Lord.
And like a hammer.
And like a hammer.
That breaketh the rock in pieces.
Breaketh the rock in pieces. Who said that you're going to accept everything that you read? Huh? Because not everything you hear and you read in the book, your spirit accepts it. So when you hear these laws and when these laws and these commandments are being read to you, you're not going to accept everything that you read. Those are the things that you work on.
That's what you got to work on.
Don't tell yourself and continue in your stubbornness of your own heart. Keep moving in your own ways, not training yourself to follow after God because you continue to move in your own stubborn and warting ways. Everything you hear, you're not going to accept it. You're not going to like it, man. You're telling me you're not going to like it. God just said it. But it's for you to train yourself according to the standards that God accepts. Adapt. Let's read.
Therefore, behold, I am against the prophets.
I'm against the prophets,
that
says the
steal
Lord.
my words, everyone from his neighbor. Behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, that use their tongues and say, he saith. Behold, I am against
the
them
prophet
that prophesy false
dreams, saith the Lord.
And do tell
and
them.
And
cause my people to err
that
by
cause
their
my
lies.
people to err by their lies.
And by their likeness.
And by their likeness.
Yet I sent them not.
Yet I sent them not.
Nor commanded
Nor
them.
commanded
Therefore
them.
they shall not profit.
Therefore they shall not profit
at all.
this people at all.
Saith the Lord.
You see what happened now? When we start to do things according to our own ways, you will not excel with God. When we start to do things according to how you think and how you move, you're not going to excel with God.
No advance.
You ain't going to advance. Let's read. And when this
people or the prophet or a priest shall ask thee, saying, what is the burden of the Lord?
What is the burden of the Lord?
Thou shalt then say unto them, what burden?
What burden?
I will even forsake you, saith the Lord.
I will even forsake. I'm going to abandon you. I don't want nothing to do with you, Israel. I said, I don't want nothing to do with you. And when God say these things, you're supposed to feel the way. You gotta feel the way. That's like your mother saying, listen, man, I ain't got nothing to do with you. I wash my hands from you. Until you acknowledge what you did, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, boy. That's how parents are.
That's how parents is. You got some that stubborns up. You got some that pipe down.
Pipe down quick. Most of them
go and beg for their mother or their father's forgiveness.
Yeah. They don't feel right.
Why? Because the honor is due to the parents.
Amen. Make it clear.
One of the 10 commandments from the beginning of times, when God took the nation of Israel out of Egypt from serving the Egyptians 430 years, we lived by those 10 words for a very long time. The rest of the laws branches off from the 10.
Yeah, that's correct.
I said all those laws that we read about branches off from the 10 commandments.
First 10, that's right.
Those are the top 10, the Decalogue.
That be done anyway.
Completely out the mouth of God. The presence of God that incinerated the mountain, ignited the whole mountain range. Darkness was thick darkness. That when Moses went into the thick darkness where God was, you ain't seen him no more. That's it, yo. He said Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. Man, every time I read that, it gives me goose pimples. Come on, man. My hair stands up. Huh?
Yeah, man. That ain't no joke, man.
Come on, man. Let's read it.
What is the burden of the Lord? Thou shalt then say unto them, what burden? I will even forsake you, saith the Lord. And as
so
for
if
the
God
prophet,
said he will forsake them, abandon them, what do you think is happening now? God is forsaking us and he's abandoning us. God is dealing with individuals now. I don't have to be forsaken and abandoned. I have to take myself out of that category.
That's right,
by,
yes, you can.
by improving and being better with God. By training myself to accept the things that I read in the book, even though I don't like it.
Oh, that's what you battle.
But you know when you battle those things, you haven't voiced it yet. You haven't declared it yet. It gotta come out your mouth. You gotta voice it. But I can't force you. I have to. You gotta say it and do these things on your own time, or else it will not have an effect. That's you talking that. Let him say it or let her say it.
That's right.
They gotta say it.
You have to come to your own conclusion.
That's right. Let's read it.
And as for the prophet and the priest and the people that shall say, the burden of the Lord, I will even punish that man and his house.
Oh man, I will even punish that man.
Yeah.
And this house gonna get it.
Don't say this is a burden.
Don't say this is a burden. Don't look at these laws as being a burden, because you can't do according to your own wanting ways.
Yeah, that's a wickedness crime.
Certain things we do in life, we bring trouble upon our own house.
Yeah.
I said certain things we do in life, we bring troubles upon our own house, upon your wife, upon your children. Just read Dathan and Abiram. God said, don't touch nothing of theirs. God is not close among us to tell us this guy is abominable. Don't take nothing from this guy.
There's nobody there.
All I have to do is to watch how you walk. And if you ain't walking right with God, I don't want nothing from you. Because I don't know the things that you're doing when you're not in my eyes that God disagree with. So I don't want nothing from people that disregard God. I can't take nothing from people that disregards my God. Because guess what? If the person is cursed, everything that person has is cursed.
Weirdos talking about Saturdays used to be Saturday.
Huh?
He's a weirdo, bro. Stay away from him.
Tom Sheik. And as for
And
the
as for the prophet
prophet
and the priest and the people that shall say, the burden of the Lord, I will even punish that man in his house. Thus shall you say, everyone to his neighbor.
Thus shall you say, everyone to his
and
neighbor.
Everyone to his brother.
And everyone to his brother.
What had the Lord answered?
What had the Lord answered? What was
Lord
God's
spoken?
response?
And what had the Lord spoken?
And what had the Lord spoken? Really?
Verse 36. And the burden of the Lord shall ye mention no more. For every man's word shall be his burden.
Well, man, this ain't God's burden. You caused this burden upon your own self. With your own wanting ways. With how you think. With how you move. Everything about you does not correlate with what God said. That's why? Because you don't read enough.
That's why it's a burden.
And your level with God is not up there for God to show you. Your level got to be up there so that when you read, God open your eyes to certain things that the norm doesn't know. That the normal people don't get. That's why you have guides. That's why you have teachers and guides. It ain't no light thing to be no guide and no teacher, because you have to live according to what you say and what you're preaching and what you're teaching. Immediate action.
That's who God gonna come to first.
The teachers.
The guy. The teacher.
The guide. The teachers.
The generator.
Tom Sheik.
For ye have perverted the words of the living God.
For ye have perverted the words of the living God. You done changed the word of God up.
That's why it's a good.
I said, you done changed everything up. God said, don't. I said, God said, in the words of Rick Ross, stop shaving your head.
God.
We shave our heads, shave our face, and disregard the word of God.
You shape up for Shabbat service.
Shape up.
For Shabbat service.
Line ups. But God just said, Lotak Ripu Payat Rosheken. Velotas Ki Payat Zekwaneka.
Speak the Hebrew then.
Come on.
Huh?
Break it down.
Okay.
Come on.
Huh? You shall not skim off a side section lock or curl of your head. Neither shall you corrupt a side section lock or curl of your beard. Zekwaneka is your beard. Safam is your mustache. So when it speaks in Samuel, either the 1st Samuel, 2nd Samuel, when it says Mephibosheth did not trim his beard, in the Hebrew it says, it don't say beard. It says in the Hebrew, Safam, which is his mustache.
Trim his mustache.
We disregard that.
They don't care about that. They don't care about that.
We disregard all that. Let's read.
Verse 37. Thus shalt thou say to the prophet, what hath the Lord answered thee? And what hath the Lord spoken? But since ye say the burden of the Lord, therefore thus saith the Lord. Because ye say this word, the burden of the Lord, and I have sent unto you, saying, you shall not say the burden of the Lord. Therefore,
go to Genesis 2. Go to Genesis 2. God said, don't say that. But God ain't coming to you to tell you, don't say that. People come to you.
Okay.
Yo, man, you shouldn't say things like that. Yo, you shouldn't voice that. Okay. Yo, don't talk like that.
Thank you.
Yo, stop talking like that. Yo, stop moving like that. God is using this person to
relay the message.
To relay the message.
Yeah.
But because of our pride and our stubbornness and the imagination of our own heart, we don't listen. And this is why we block ourselves with God. Because the chastisement and the correction comes, but we disregard the correction. Why? Because me and you ain't really on good terms. So I disregard what you say. I say me and you is not on good terms. So I disregard those words.
Even if God, he said God said.
Come on, man.
No good.
Let's read.
Therefore, behold, I.
No, I'm sorry. Still go to Genesis chapter 2. Genesis chapter 2, the next chapter. Therefore, behold, I, even I, will utterly forget you. Oh my gosh.
No more.
Oh my God.
I really is forever.
That's sad. You hear how sad that is? He said, therefore, behold, I, even I, will forget you. What does it say in the Hebrew, Prince Zachariah? Prince Mick? Chief Mick? Look it up in the Hebrew.
I got you, right?
All right. And I will utterly forget you, and I will forsake you and the city that I gave you and your fathers, and cast you out of. Oh my gosh. Do we hear this, man? Do we realize the position that we are in with God? Let me read that over, man. I guess it blew over people's head. So now when we hear this, this will cause you to stop exalting and picking yourself up. Because if God has forgotten these people, has abandoned these people and your fathers, and has cast these people out of his presence, what do you think about the position that we are in today? We're in worse position. We are in a worse predicament today with God, man. What's wrong with us? And these are the things that we need to think about. These are the things that we need to remember, to keep yourself in humility, keep yourself in a humble manner, a humble state, so that I can correct myself, take heed to myself, be on point with myself, and correct. Look, man.
Yeah, I got it.
And I will bring an everlasting reproach upon you, and a perpetual shame which shall not be forgotten.
I got that verse.
Go ahead. What it say?
What word you wanted?
Forgotten.
Forgotten.
When it says forget.
King Nasa. To forget, to deprive, to be forgotten, to cause to forget, to allow to be forgotten.
Okay. Let's go to Genesis 2. Genesis chapter 2.
Genesis chapter 2. Hold on. Genesis chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished. And all the host of them.
Now we're going to learn today.
Let's learn. Yeah.
How important is your ways with God? I have learned this, and I ain't never read this until God showed me this morning. And I was calling my brother Prince Akaria, but he ain't answer. No, he ain't answer. He ignored my call. Because I was trying to share with him what God showed me. Your ways is very important with God. Let's read. Now, God is given, this is not a second creation.
What?
That's what people say.
What?
God created two earths because look at no, God is giving a rundown. God is giving you a rundown of what went down in Genesis 1. Okay? And this is for all the people that said that we go by the moon. The Shabbat ain't always on Saturdays. But the moon and the sun didn't come about until the fourth day.
Days was already counted.
Okay? But the first day done passed. The moon wasn't there yet.
It wasn't there yet.
The first day came in, but the moon wasn't around. The second day came in, but the moon wasn't around.
Wasn't there yet.
The third day came in, but the moon wasn't around. Now you got the fourth day where God created the sun and the moon and the stars and all the hosts of heavens. So why do we go by the order of the moon to describe your days when God didn't even go by the moon? Stop it, man. Stop it, people. The seventh day will always be the seventh day, which is Saturday.
It's always going to be on the seventh.
It's always going to be on the seventh day.
That's right.
Let's read it.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, God ended his work.
On the seventh day, God ended his work.
Which he had made.
Which he had made. Go ahead.
He rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day.
God blessed the seventh day. This is the only day that God has blessed. This is the only day that God set up rules and standards and things that we need to do to honor this day, not to profane it. One of the ways of profaning the day is carrying a burden. In Jeremiah 17, it states you shall not exit your house with a burden. Anything. A burden is anything that is carried. So when I leave out my house, nothing is in my hands. I said nothing is in my hands. Why? Because I believe this. See, belief brings about action. If you don't believe, then you're going to continue to hold things and carry things on God's holy day. What's wrong with us? This is why we can't excel with God. I said this is why we can't excel with God, because we disregard the laws. We constantly disregard those commandments and those laws and the ways that God has shown us. See, God... Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made.
And that in it, God has what? He said God blessed the seventh day and he sanctified it. Anything that God sanctified is set apart. So the seventh day is different. God ain't speak about no day like this day.
That's right.
I said, God, what you said, brother? Special. It's a peculiar day. It's a day that God honored.
This day is
God
special.
honored.
This day, not my birthday.
This is the only day.
This is the day that God honored.
This is the only day God honored.
This is the only day that God honored. The rest of those appointed times that God gave us is for us, not for God.
Not there.
Not for God. Go ahead.
These are the generations of the heavens.
So now when it said he rested, what do you think? He's like the man on the cross that go to sleep?
God don't sleep.
My God don't sleep. My God don't need rest. When it says he rested, it means he desists. He ceased from creating.
You don't get tired.
He ceased from creating. So on this day, everything stops.
Everything stops.
I don't need the dictionary to tell me that I shouldn't be sweeping on God's day because I sweep on the 6 days. And I wash dishes on the 6 days. And I don't clean and did all these things on the 6th day. But we want to continue to do these things on God's holy day. Where I said, where is the separation? You have not put a separation between the 7th day and the 6 days. Certain things I ain't doing. Certain things I'm not doing. Because we must separate this day from the rest of the 6 working days. Go ahead.
These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created.
Uh-huh.
In the day that the Lord God made the
So
heavens
let me
and the earth.
hold that verse 4. When it says created, right? The word is bada. Bada means to create, to bring into existence. You know what else the definition said?
What else?
To cause something to start existing that did not previously exist. It wasn't there. Nothing was there.
No materials.
There was no protons and no atoms.
No.
No, it wasn't. But because these people that God knows who he's dealing with, they need proof. So that's why you come up with all these science theories and this and atoms so that it can justify the beginning. But God didn't need none of that. Discrediting the word of God. I believe that just from what God said, it appears and it happened. I believe that. I don't need nothing else to. I don't need nothing else. All I gotta do is read, and it says God said, and it happened, and I'm accepting it. Go ahead.
These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. In the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth. And every herb of the field before it grew.
Notice that the plant of the field and everything that grew, it grew before you had a sun.
No sun.
So now we can't use photosynthesis. All these plants and shrubs and herbs of the field grew before the sun came.
Third day.
Wow.
On the 3rd day.
On God's command.
Because if it grew, the people have a tendency of saying the reason why it grew is because the sun, photosynthesis took place. No, that shows you that science has nothing to do with God. Nothing.
Wow.
That's why God did the order that way. Because God knows the mindset of the people to come. God knows the mindset of the people to come and how they was going to detour and change everything and take away.
Change the story.
Go ahead.
And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew.
Uh-huh.
For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon
For the Lord
earth.
God had not caused it to rain upon the earth,
And there was not a man to till the
and
ground.
there was not a man to work the ground. Huh? When it says that God planted a garden, the word for plant is not there. It said he stationed it. He stationed or he put.
He took that garden and put it.
Came up. The garden ain't there. He took this and put it there. This is the garden. No. God ain't plant nothing.
Facts.
He didn't plant nothing.
So where the garden came from?
It was somewhere else.
God's creation. During that creation, that was the garden that was coming about. Man drew out, let the dry land appear, let this come about, let that come about, and they stationed Adam right there. It was only life at the Garden of Eden, but when we violated the commandment of God and ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the Apocrypha, things start what? Things start happening, and things start stretching out. Because now we got to get out of here now. Everything's stretched out. That's right. That's right. That's right. Top sheet.
But there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I said the Lord God formed man and breathed into his nostrils the what?
The breath.
The breath of life, which is called the nishmat. Nishmat is the spirit of life. This is the spirit that activates the body. And guess what? We didn't even read where God blew the spirit of life, that breath, into Eve.
No.
Because it was transferred to Eve through the rib. Through the rib. God don't continue to breathe no breath in nobody.
No.
This
One
thing
time.
here is transferred.
Transferred life.
Through DNA.
That's correct.
Through the rib. He had to blow no breath into nobody ever again. Top sheet.
One time, that was it. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living soul.
And man became a living soul.
And the Lord God planted a garden.
And the Lord God planted. The word for planted is nun tek ayin. It means to fix in the garden. And the Lord God fixed in the ground a garden. A garden of Eden. You know what's the word for Eden? In the Hebrew is Eden. It means a garden of pleasure. A garden of delight. Tom sheet.
And there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, good for food,
and good for food.
The tree of life.
The tree of life.
Also
in the midst of the garden.
And the tree of knowledge.
And the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
And a river went out of Eden to water the garden. And from thence
one tree gives life. One tree gives you knowledge of evil. Right. You have knowledge, you have both. Good and evil. But this tree only gives you life. Only gives you life. It sustains your life with God. But notice that God has given us a choice. God has given man and woman choices. God don't force nobody. We must stop forcing people. We have to stop getting angry for people's choices. This is your choice. If you decide not to walk in the ways of God, well, brother, so be it. I'm not angry at you because God gave you a choice. Knock yourself out. The only way God would know what you desire is according to what you choose.
Wow.
That's the only way God will know what you really want. Your decisions that you make in life that is towards and concerning God. This is sacrifice. I know it's a burden sometimes. Yeah. Don't appease yourself. Or don't comfort yourself when it's dealing with God, because sometimes these things are sacrifice, and you have to sacrifice yourself to accomplish the laws and the commandments of God. So I'm not going to put myself in a position where I can't congregate. I will never sit home. I ain't never sitting home, man. My father ain't teach me that way. And I need to remain in good graces in the eyes of God by fulfilling his commandments and statutes and taking on the ways of God. Let's read.
And a river went out of Eden.
River went out of Eden to water the garden.
And from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pison.
Pison.
That is, which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. And there is bdellium.
You see that, man? You ain't had to look for gold. Certain areas in the earth, you had gold right there. Pison is the first river. What's the second river?
And the gold of that land is good, and there is bdellium in the onyx stone. Verse 13. The name of the second river is Gihon.
Gihon, second river.
The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel.
Hiddekel.
That is
third river,
which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates.
Do you know scientists try to locate those rivers?
Yeah, they sure do.
Archaeologists try to locate those rivers because they can't find the Garden of Eden. God done shifted those rivers. I said, God done shifted those rivers.
Those rivers are somewhere else.
Go ahead, Tamshi.
And the Lord God took the man.
The Lord God took the man,
put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it, and to keep it.
Read.
The Lord had commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat.
There goes the command.
There we go.
Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat.
But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it.
But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, this specific tree that gives you knowledge of good and evil.
He said, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die.
Thou shalt surely die.
Yeah, Lord. He's looking out for us.
So, yes, God could have stopped them, but God deals by choices. Right? Go ahead. He said, in the day you eat from it, thou shalt surely die.
And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him. And out of the ground, the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
I like what I don't have a choice. Sakaris said. Sakaris said something. Sakaris said something that's heavy. He said it's not a choice for everybody. There's predestination for some. Either buried it or it's a landmass they don't tell us about. It's your destination. That's even deeper. This is why some can't clean and walk with God. Because you ain't destined. And guess what? The Apocrypha says that. Every man has his own destination. I said every man has their own destination. That's deep, Zakaris. That's deep, man.
Not there.
Yeah, that's deep. Tamshi.
Verse 20. And Adam gave names to all cattle.
And Adam gave names to all cattle.
And to the fowl of the air.
And to the fowl of the air.
And to every beast of the field.
And to every beast of the field.
But for Adam, there was not found a
helpmeet. But for Adam, there was not found a who?
A helpmeet.
A helpmeet. Ezed kinegdo. So now we're going to dig into that word. All right? Now, what is Ezed kinegdo? Ezed kinegdo is a help. Right? A help corresponding to him. You know what corresponding is? A help that is corresponding, right? It means to be similar to be connected with. A help or a woman that is connected with you. A help or a woman that is similar to you, which means we must have the same mindset. God said, he loves when a wife agrees with a husband. Those are one of the things that is beautiful in the eyes of God.
Another thing that God loved.
Those are one of the things that is beautiful in the eyes of men. When a wife can agree with her man.
Oh man, they're gonna be together forever.
Because that's when the argument starts. And the debate. And the this and the other and all these things start up.
That's where
because The man say one thing, and you do opposite from what the man said. But men are natural rulers. God has wired us that way.
We're made that way.
We're made that way. And the woman was wired one way, to succumb and submit to a man. Some women don't have no problem submitting. I done heard it.
I know
A lot of women.
they don't even know the Most High.
And they don't even know God.
That's right.
Now, your counterpart, right? Your counterpart means to support. To support. Okay? Your counterpart means what? Something that completes or complements. You know what compliment means? If she compliments me, she is the one that makes me whole.
You make me better.
That's what it means. That's what it means. A person that has the same functions. Listen to the definition of compliment. When a wife compliments her husband. When a wife compliments her husband, a person that has the same functions, the same purpose as another that corresponds to another.
Same purpose.
So our path is supposed to be the same.
You want the same thing.
We want the same thing. If I want this, you want it.
Okay. We root for the same.
We rooting for the same thing.
Same team.
Some shit.
The Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept.
Now, hold that verse right there. Because we have to be careful with the men we choose.
That's why you
Because if we are not careful with the men that we choose, then you're going to be submitting to a man that is not submitting to God.
ungodly man.
And then you're going to be guided differently. You're not going to be guided in the way that God has accepted.
Right, because you're under his umbrella.
Because you're under that.
Right.
So therefore, and this is why, when you read the book, the woman did not choose their husbands.
Amen.
The woman ain't choose their husbands.
Who choose?
All the daughters that a man had, they chose their husbands. The women ain't choose their husbands, man.
They didn't do that on their own.
They didn't do that on their own. The husband's not there, then you have uncles, you have brothers.
That's correct. That's correct.
Tom She.
And the Lord caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam.
A
And he
deep
slept.
sleep. The word for deep sleep is a tardema. Tardema is a trance. It's a sleep that's caused by an anesthetic that envelopes man's feelings and consciousness.
No anesthesia.
No anesthesia. There you go. God put him so deep into that sleep that when he did the first surgery, Adam ain't feel it. Now a rib is the one bone that is able to regrow itself when it's surgically removed. Bone marrow transplant is a procedure to replace damaged or destroyed bone marrow with healthy bone marrow stem cells. Stem cells. This is the only, and the stem cell, I forgot to write this down too. Or I did write it. Stem cells. Let's go into the stem cells. The rib has all the stem cells that the body needs. Stem cells are cells that regenerate to any other cell in the body. Serves as a repair system. God has built the body to repair itself.
Heal itself.
That's how God built the body. And possessing the ability to self-renew.
That's right.
Okay? That's right. Bone marrow can be infused back into your body to help regrow organs that's damaged. The breath of life was blown into Adam and transferred through the rib. Through the rib. Tom She.
And he took one of his ribs
and closed
up the flesh instead thereof.
Closed up the flesh thereof.
Verse 22. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he a woman. And brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bone,
bone of my bone,
and flesh of my flesh.
flesh of my flesh.
She shall be called woman.
She shall be called woman.
Because she was taken out of man.
Because she was taken from man. Now this is my woman. What she feel, I feel.
We got the same bones.
And what I feel, she's supposed to feel because we won. That's why when Elkanah looked at his wife, he said, am I better to thee than 10 sons? Huh? I'm better than you than 10 sons. Because her desire was to have a child for her husband. That was her desire.
That was her desire.
Top sheet.
Therefore shall a man leave his father
and his mother,
and shall cleave unto his wife.
And shall cleave unto his wife. Let's dig into that word cleave. We read the word cleave, and we have our own perspective of what cleave means.
I don't know what it means.
Cleave don't mean that I need to be in the house every day.
No. Let's make it clear, man.
That's not what it means. Because our forefathers wasn't in the house like that. They was out. Sometimes they went on journeys. Sometimes they went on war journeys.
War journeys, that's right.
And it took days and months for them to come back. So what is the cleaving that God talking about? The word cleave is dabat. It means to join together. Okay? To cleave also means to adhere to. To adhere to means to give support and maintain loyalty towards. There is a loyalty that is expected from the husband towards the wife.
That's correct.
There's a support that is expected from the husband towards the wife.
Teach.
Huh? So you can't tell me that ain't my wife. I'm supporting her. I'm the one taking care of her. I'm the one housing her. I'm the one maintaining my loyalty towards her. And God shows me what is the loyalty that is considered shown towards your wife. The first one she gonna tell is you. Go ahead, Tom. Now, loyalty is what? Strong feelings of support. Strong feelings of support, allegiance, staying by their side regardless of circumstances. Regardless of what you're going through, you stick by it. I said regardless of what, that's where they get that word. Do sick and do health. Do this and do the other.
They don't stick to that.
Till death do us part. That's a vow, man.
They don't stick to that.
But they don't even
in the heathens.
I saw on the TikTok, she said, well, I had to divorce my husband. She said, because, things just wasn't working no more. But the dude came, Kevin Samuel said, he said, but wait a minute. You took vows, woman. He said, didn't you say through sickness or health? For better or for worse? For better or for worse?
Taking this marriage thing lightly.
Let's read chapter 3.
That's it.
And they were both naked, the man and his wife, but were not ashamed.
Because they was innocent. This is why they wasn't ashamed, and they didn't even recognize or realize that they was naked.
They didn't know what naked.
Okay, let's read now. Genesis chapter 3.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field.
The serpent was more subtle besides what?
Any beast.
Any beast of the field. So the serpent, which is the snake, was compared to a cattle. Was compared to cows and deers. He was counted amongst the cattle. Okay? Subtle. The Hebrew word for subtle is arum. Okay? Let's dig into this. What does arum mean? Arum means crafty, cunning, subtle. Subtle means keen insight with the ability to penetrate deeply and thoroughly. So this serpent was skilled. It was able to penetrate Eve.
Yeah.
He was able to penetrate Adam. And he perceived that I'm not going to be able to budge Adam.
Right.
No matter what I do.
Yeah.
But I can budge this woman. And by me budging this woman and getting into this woman's head, she's going to bring Adam. She's going to get to Adam through her. What is insight? apprehending. It means to be aware of the inner nature. You know what is your inner nature? Your ways. Your ways. And these is the qualities and the things that the adversary had. The serpent had insight. And he do things to you. And he put thoughts in your mind. Suggestions or thoughts, or put things in your mind that will correlate or substantiate how you feel inside. Stop here. Now you got to fight that. Okay? Gaining deep understanding into the true nature. Cunning. Skill in achieving one's end by deceit or evasion. Now, what is evasion? Evasion is the act of avoiding something, whether it's a duty, a question, avoiding acknowledging the truth by making excuses. You know how many times we avoid things? We avoid and we avoid and we avoid trying to dodge the real, the truth.
You don't face the truth.
You don't want to face the truth. You don't want to acknowledge that you're wrong or you're at fault. But the only way to get better with God, you have to acknowledge your faults. That's the only way to get better. Now, what is wily? Wily describes someone who is cunning and skillful in achieving goals. Through deceit, it implies a crafty nature, often characterized by a shrewd ability to find the right to deal with a difficult, complicated situation. Tom sheet.
And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden?
He said unto woman, has God said ye shall not eat of what?
Of every tree.
Of every tree of the garden? Go ahead.
And the woman said unto the serpent,
look what the woman said.
We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden.
We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden.
But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden.
But the fruit of the tree that's in the midst, that specific tree that's in the middle,
God hath said,
you
shall not eat of it.
You shall not eat of it.
Neither shall you touch it, lest ye die.
But we call Eve a liar. We talk against our mother, and we called her a liar because we said, not we, the people said that God ain't say it. But Eve did not know what lying was, because at this point in time, Adam and Eve was innocent. They don't know nothing. They was innocent. They don't have knowledge of of good and evil. They only had knowledge of good. So when she said, God said it. We have to stop talking against the book. When we read the book, we have to learn to accept it. Now, what we need to realize is that these words came directly out the mouth of God. These first 5 books was quoted by God. And Moses wrote it. So if you're saying that Eve lied, then you're calling God a liar. So we need to watch our words. Go ahead.
And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die.
See, ye shall not surely die.
For God doth know.
You know one of the definitions of the word die? It means to die prematurely by neglect of wise moral counsel or wise moral conduct.
Die before your time.
Time sheet.
For God doth know.
For
that
God
in the day ye eat thereof.
In the day that you eat thereof.
Then your eyes shall be open.
Then your eyes shall be open.
And you shall
the word for open is paquad. Paquad means open to general view. And when your eyes are open to general view, it's how the world thinks and responds to things. That's why I said we have to be careful with how we think.
We can't,
because my thinking pattern, your thinking pattern shows who you are. How you think shows who you are. I said, how you think shows who you are. Okay, go ahead, read.
And you shall be as gods.
And you shall be as gods.
Knowing good and evil.
Knowing good and evil.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food.
She said, you're going to be like gods, knowing good and evil. Right? So when the woman looked She said she saw that the what? That the tree was
The
good
tree
for
was
food,
good for food,
and it
and that
was pleasant to the eyes,
and a tree to be desired to make one wise.
She started desiring the tree of knowledge of good and evil
Now she
before
desired
she ate it. Her desire for this thing increased.
She had to get it.
The only way, the reason why we violate and we sin against God is because our desire for the things that is wrong or not correct with God is increased in us. Your desire of certain things you want, you didn't steal it until you saw it and you covered it and you desired it. So now we have to be careful of the things that we desire, our feelings and our emotions that conjures up inside of our bodies that's not right with God, because we moving according to our feelings. Go ahead.
She took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
She ate the fruit, then gave it to her husband. Go ahead, read.
And the eyes of them both were open.
The eyes, both of them was open.
And they knew that they were naked.
But their eyes ain't begin to open until Adam ate it.
That's what
It didn't have an effect until Adam ate it because she ate it first.
she ate it way before me.
Then after Adam ate it,
That's
God said, now your eyes is open. Okay, go ahead.
And the eyes of them both were open,
Uh-huh.
and they knew that they were naked.
Now they know that they're naked.
And they sewed fig
And they
leaves
sewed
together
fig leaves together,
and made themselves aprons.
made themselves aprons. Now, what are aprons? The word for aprons is hagodot. Hagodot does not mean panties.
Make it clear. man.
Hagodot means girdles. Guess what? They didn't have panties back then.
Didn't exist.
They had girdles. And the girdles was that they took a cloth and they wrapped their whole loin area. Okay? Go ahead.
And they heard the voice of the Lord God
You see how
walking,
close they was with God? He said they heard the voice of God
walking
uh-huh,
in the garden
walking in the garden
in the cool of the
in
day.
the cool of the day.
And Adam and his wife hid
And
themselves.
Adam and his wife hid themselves. Guilt set in.
Hiding.
Huh? How I know guilt set in? Because they hid themselves from God. They knew there was a violation that they had done. There was something that they did that God commanded them not to do, and they did it. So when they heard the voice of God, they hid themselves, which means guilt set in. When you violate the laws and the commandments of God, and guilt don't set in, that's a problem.
We ain't gonna stop.
That's a problem. When you violate or when we violate each other and guilt don't set in, that's a problem. Because that means there's no correction in you. You don't have remorse and you don't have no good in you to make the necessary corrections to be better by God, according to what God said. You ain't good until you start fulfilling these laws,
That's right.
commandments, and statutes.
Right.
You ain't good until you start adhering to what God said. These are the things that causes you to be good in God's eyesight. Right? So Adam and Eve hid themselves from God because they violated his commandments. Therefore, guilt set it in.
Verse 9. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself.
Wait a minute. What verse is that?
That was
12?
10.
10? Go ahead, Tom sheet.
Verse 11.
Tom sheet.
And he said, Who told thee that
So
thou
who
was
told
naked?
you that you was naked?
Hast thou
Where
eaten-
did you get this information from? Huh? Go ahead.
Hast thou eaten of the tree?
Hast thou
Whereof I
eaten of the
commanded thee that thou shouldest not
Whereof
eat?
I commanded thee that you should not be eaten. Should it's not.
And the man said,
What the man
The
said.
woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the
She
tree,
gave me of the tree,
and I did eat.
and I did eat.
And the Lord said,
Go
The
ahead.
Lord said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done?
But we some people. We read this and we put hang-ups on the men that we read this. He said, man, he blamed Eve. He ain't blaming Eve.
He's speaking the truth.
He's speaking the truth. God asked him, what happened? What took place?
Saying what happened.
He said, man, the woman you gave me, she gave me of the tree and I ate. He didn't explain himself. He didn't have no opinion. He didn't have to explain nothing. I ate it.
Say what happened.
Why do we like to explain when we are at wrong with God? When we are at fault? When we are at fault with God and man, there's nothing to say. You're wrong. Accept that you're wrong and do better. But we have a hard time accepting that we're wrong, so we can't do better with God. And this is why we want to explain why I do the things that I do, why I said the things that I said, and God don't accept it. Accept your wrong and correct it.
You want me to accept that.
Tom Sheet.
And the Lord God said unto the woman, what is this that thou hast done?
What is this that thou hast done?
And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me.
The serpent beguiled me.
And I
The serpent
did eat.
tricked me.
And I did eat.
And I
And
did
the Lord
eat.
God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed.
You know what's the
above
word
all
for
cattle.
beguiled? Nasa. It means to lead astray. It means to delude. To delude means to impose a misleading belief.
Falseness.
You know what that is? A misleading belief, that's a mirage.
Yeah, it's not
I
fair.
done painted a beautiful picture and I put it in front of your face
Got me believing it.
and made you believe it. And you fell for it. What verse we at?
I'm at verse
14?
14, yes.
Mhm.
And the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle,
Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle,
and above every beast
and
of
above every beast
the field.
of the field.
Upon thy belly shalt
Upon
thou
thy
go,
belly shalt thou go,
and dust shalt thou eat all
and
the days
thus
of thy
shalt
life.
thou eat all the days.
And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy
I will
sorrow
greatly multiply thy sorrow.
and thy conception.
Now realize something. Eve got beguiled in her innocence. She violated God's command, not knowing. Not knowing. That's why there's an offering that goes up when you sin through error. Not knowing. Through ignorance. Okay? But they still pay, you still pay for your faults. You are still at fault with God. And you still got to pay for those errors and those faults. But there's a way that God has gave us to correct ourselves and make a reprieve to get back in the good favor in the eyes of God. You can still return from errors and mistakes. Go ahead.
In sorrow shalt thou bring forth children.
In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children.
And thy desire shall be to thy husband.
And your desire shall be to your husband. Go ahead.
And he shall rule
And
over
he shall rule over
He
thee.
shall rule over thee.
Right? Now, what does that word rule mean? Not ruling as a tyrant. Because we didn't serve as tyrants in our house.
No.
Even God said, don't be a lion in what? In your own house.
In your own house.
So what do you mean by rule? The only thing is rule and accepted principle. You rule by accepted principles or instructions that states the way things are.
That's right. That's right.
That's according to the laws of God.
Right.
This is the
That's
men's
the rule.
spoons.
That's right.
This is the female spoons. And I put my foot down and I rule in the fear of God, and I make sure that the woman do not use the men's spoons, or the men don't use the woman's spoons. You got the love seat, you got the couch. The love seat is the men's. The couch over there, the women sit over there. You put your foot down according to the standards that God has set. Right? and tells you what you are allowed
Uh-huh.
or not allowed to do according by the laws of God. No, you can't
That's
do
how
that
you rule.
because it's against the law.
That's how
No, you
rule.
can't walk this way because it's against the law.
That's how
And you
you
put
rule.
your foot down with that.
That's how
Other
you
than that, I ain't got nothing to say. Just don't violate God's law.
rule. That's it.
It's a natural reaction that when I leave, I'm gonna go see my wife and say, hey, babe, ain't nothing about no ruling thing. And
Man,
no, I'm
yeah,
leaving.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
wifey, I'm about to leave. Now I'm going here.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later.
That's running it.
Smooch.
Yeah. And then after you leave, you give it a little smooch.
That's right.
And the same thing, vice versa. When she's leaving, say, babe, I need to go. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, no problem. No, you ain't going nowhere. You sit here. We ain't moved that way.
Clocking on you. It take 15 minutes to get there.
We ain't moved that
I
way,
want
man.
my daughter to marry you, brother.
We ain't moved that way, man. Tom sheet.
And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife.
Because thou hast hearkened to the voice of thy wife. There is nothing wrong to hearkening to your wife. But what you listen to. What you listen to. What you listen to. God had to come to Abraham and tell him, he said, listen to your wife, man. He said, because the covenant is not going to go through him. It's going to go through the seed that you have with Sarah. He said, but I'm not going to reject Ishmael.
That's your seed too.
God said, I'm not going to reject Ishmael because this also is my seed.
That's right.
And he's under the umbrella of Abraham.
Under that. That's right.
He's under God's, he's under Abraham's umbrella. And he's going to be a mighty nation too.
That's right.
12 princes came out of that man. Ishmael was great. Ishmael served God.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Later on, that Muslim religion came about years later.
Way after.
But the Ishmael, they served God. Esau served God.
12. You got 12.
And he had 12 dukes that came out of him. All these people in the Jacob. That's right. No, Isaac. Isaac was his father. And we failed to realize that Jacob and Esau was brothers. The color change didn't happen until after the flood. Generations after. Because Noah, the earth got populated by 3 men. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem remained in Asia. Jerusalem is not in Africa. Jerusalem is in Asia. It's at the border.
Yes, at the border of the Mediterranean.
Right. At the border of the Mediterranean.
Israel is not a black nation.
The Hamites migrated in Africa. Japheth went
north.
Europe.
If anything, you a Hamite.
And years and generation by the climate, the thinning of the hair got thin, and they lost melanin, which caused their skin to lighten.
Become pale.
That's right. Teach.
All of the same.
Teach.
If anything, these niggas is Hamites, man.
Esau was red and hairy. Esau had the same complexion as King David. Esau had the same complexion as Solomon. And I can show you in the book. Admoni. When it says David was ruddy, in the Hebrew it says he was Admoni, which is the same complexion as Esau, which is reddish brown. Esau was a black man. But he was just reddish. Reddish color.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast
He
eaten
said,
of the
because
tree,
you hearken to the voice of your wife,
and hast eaten of the tree,
and has eaten of the tree,
of which I commanded thee,
and I
saying,
commanded you and told you not to eat from it.
thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake,
Curses the ground for your sake.
and sorrow shalt thou eat of it
In
all the
sorrow
days of
thou
thy
shalt
life.
eat from it all the days of thy life.
Thorns also
And
and thistles shall
it
it bring forth unto thee, and
Uh-huh.
thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face thou shalt eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken.
Out of it was thou taken.
For dust thou art.
For dust thou art.
And unto dust shalt thou return.
And unto dust shalt thou return.
And
now we must die.
Now you got to say.
Now we have to die. But in order to live, you got to die now. God created everything to live. God said David is coming back on the throne to rule his people, to be a king over his people. God does not speak in metaphors. So in order for me to see this, I have to die first. I believe that. I got something to look towards. There has to be something for us to look towards, to keep us or to have us doing things or living our life according to what God said. Yeah, I'm looking towards that. There's a reward for those that keep the laws and the commandments of God. There's a reward. Tom, see?
And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living.
Mother of all living.
And unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skin.
Coats of skin.
And clothed them.
And clothed them.
And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us.
The man has become as one of us.
To know good and evil.
To know good and evil.
And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also
which
of the tree of life.
We have two sides to us.
So
we're born with two sides to us. We're born with good and we're born with evil. So God has gave us the laws of God so that we can correct the evil that is in us. We cannot go according to our thoughts, the things that we think of and our actions, because everything we do and say is not right. Go ahead, read.
And now, lest he put forth his hand.
Lest he put forth his hand.
And take also of the tree of life.
And take also of the tree of life.
And eat. And live forever.
And live forever.
Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden.
Okay.
To till the ground from whence he was taken.
Okay.
So he drove out the man and placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims. And a flaming sword. Which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Genesis chapter 4.
Chapter 4.
And Adam knew
Eve, his wife. Go ahead.
And she conceived.
And she conceived.
And bare Cain.
And bare Cain. Now, when you look up the definition of Cain, it means it's Quaying. Quaying means to purchase. Quaying also means to lament or chant a dirge. So we're going to dig into these words here. We're going to dig into these words and we're going to figure out the meaning of these words. So to lament is what? A passionate expression of grief and sorrow. To mourn a lost one.
Okay.
That's what it means. But I'm not going to go into this definition yet. Okay? Go ahead, Tom C.
And she conceived and bare Cain and said,
I have gotten a man
from the Lord.
I have gotten a man from the Lord. We're going to read and we're going to figure out why his name was Cain. Okay? Go ahead, Tom C.
And she again bare his brother, Abel.
She again bore his brother, which is Habel. Habel means to be vain, and it also means a mere breath. God has considered Abel. So Abel was not vain. People say, well, Abel was vain. No, Abel couldn't be vain.
Your brain is vain.
Know why Abel couldn't be vain? Because God already voiced that he considered Abel. He regarded Abel. So how can he be vain?
It wasn't vain.
Which tells me that the definition of Habel is there was another definition, and it means a mere breath, shortness of life.
That fits.
Tom C.
That fits. And Abel was a keeper of sheep.
Abel was a keeper of sheep.
But Cain
now the keeper of sheep had to have an eye. A keeper of sheep has to have an eye, a specific eye for the sheep. A keeper of sheep also can be a head or a leader, because you have, in order to be a head or a leader or a king, you have to have the eye for the people. You don't inconvenience the people. Inconvenience yourself. I said inconvenience yourself. Before I inconvenience you, I have to inconvenience myself. You don't do these things, man. Which means you don't have the characteristics of a head or a leader. Tom Sheep.
Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground.
Cain was a tiller of ground, Tom Sheep.
In the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground.
Cain brought of the fruit of the ground
an offering.
An offering. The Hebrew word for offering is minka. Minka. We can't set up no offerings now because we don't have a priest. Okay? We don't have a priest, so we can't set up no offerings now.
Okay.
But the way to set up these offerings is through prayers.
All right.
And the appointed times of setting up the offering, you have Shakarit, which is the Shakad, and you have the Erev, evening, Ma'ariv, which is evening, Erev. Those are two appointed times that the heavens, see, there are certain times where the heavens is open for acceptance for prayers. Okay?
Teach us.
Go ahead, Tom C.
In the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering
In
unto the
process
Lord.
of time, what? It came to pass
that Cain brought of the fruit of the
Cain
ground
brought of the fruit of the ground.
an offering unto
An
the Lord.
offering to God. Cain brought of the fruit of the ground. But remember now, when we're reading these chapters, keep in mind that the order of the offerings was not set up yet by God. But Cain realized something. I'm going to show you something. Cain had the thought. Cain had the righteous thought. But I'm going to show you where that don't count. Go ahead, Tom C.
And Abel, he also bought
Abel bought what?
of the firstlings of his flock,
Of the firstlings of his flock,
and of the fat thereof.
and of the fat thereof.
And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering.
But the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. When you set up these prayers, when you're setting up these offerings, in order for God to accept your offerings and your prayers, you got to be accepted. The person himself must be accepted by God. Go ahead, but what?
But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect.
Okay, so what does the word God said? Unto Cain and to his offering, God has not respect. But he had the idea. He had the thought and the idea to set up the offerings. Right? So let's dig into the word respect. The word respect is sha'ah. It means to regard with favor, to turn towards. To regard means to consider or think of attentively, to pay attention to take heed to have a connection with, or concern for. You see how you can build this connection with God? The only way for God to build this connection with you, your ways got to be right. Whatever God did not like with Cain, it was inside him. Something that only God could perceive and see. But even though he had the idea, a good thought to set up an offering before God, his ways wasn't right. It was something in him. And even though he had that same thought, the same idea, even though he was doing and doing and doing, God still pushed him away.
That's not right.
God still pushed him away. And he corrected him according to his ways. He said, I don't jump the gun. He said to have a connection with or concern for, high opinions or liking for, to be drawn towards. So now, the righteous and godly thoughts for God is disregarded when your ways are not right with God. The proof is with Cain. It's with Cain. You read it right there.
Obviously, he ain't do right.
Exactly.
God said, if you do right,
Right.
right.
Right. And the things that Cain didn't do that was right for God is not written. And we don't know, which means it has something to do with his inside.
Inside. That's something.
Has something to do with inside. It wasn't something that he did. He didn't tell a lie or did anything wrong. But God looked at him and looked inside of him and saw some things in him that he did not like. Okay? Go ahead, Tom Sheik.
But unto Cain and to his
So
offering,
now,
he had
I say that to say this. I say that to say this. We could be doing things that's godly, pushing up on the laws and doing. But God will still push you away if your ways is not right.
And you'll know.
All the Lord is doing.
What you
You'll
say?
know. Say it again.
But you will know
Say it again.
if God done pushed you away. You will perceive it
It'll show.
according to how God deals with you and what happens. It's going to show.
It'll show.
And I hope you're able to see it. Because sometimes God show us things, but we don't pick it up. We don't pick it up.
Not meant for you to see.
Go ahead, Tom C.
And Cain was very raw.
Cain was angry.
And his
Who
countenance
ain't
fell.
gonna be angry? You ain't angry when your mom tell you she don't want to talk to you no more when she tight? Yeah, I'm not gonna be angry, but I'm gonna be sad. Man, Ema not talking to me now. And my job is to get back in good graces with my mother. My job is to get back in good graces with my father. Why? Because the honor and the glory is due to them. God, then your parents. See, there's levels. There's position and there's levels. God is first. What he said here? That's what God said. And he said what? And he compared it to what? To Shabbat, Leviticus 19. He said, fear my Sabbaths. He said, fear your parents. That's the same fear that God said to fear him with.
It said, honor thy father and thy mother.
That's right.
And keep my Sabbath.
And keep my
Always
Sabbaths.
in the same verse.
It's in the same verse.
Shabbat and the parents always in the
It's
same
in the
verse.
same verse. So now we have to be afraid to offend your parents. That's the fear that God is talking about. Be afraid to offend God. When you read the book and God said, thou shalt not, bow, smack him in his head. Don't do it. Smack him right up in his head. Didn't you read it where it says, see, people only recognize violence. We need Joshua here. When he catch you doing things, he take you and hang you. These are the people today that we need Joshua today. I don't need nobody coming up here teaching no nothing smooth. Because the people ain't smooth. None of us are smooth. We are hard and obstinate and stubborn people. And we need Joshua to come back and rule. We need Joshua to come back and take over. Yeah. Catch one messing up and violating, hang him. Wake up in the morning, you see him hanging from the light pole. And then you leave a note. This is what happens when you do this and this and this against the laws of God.
When you at Tony's,
Catch him in Tony's pizza.
grease
And
on
you
the
find
side
him
of
with a
your
sword
mouth.
in his mouth. And then you leave a note on him. This is what happened when you eat unclean.
Or catch him in the barber shop.
Your next thing, you catch him in the barber shop.
Serving Caesar.
Oh, man.
Wow. Look, it says his countenance fell. His countenance fell. What do you mean by his countenance fell? He was disappointed. Yeah, he was disappointed. I used to do this is my job. And now because my mother and my father is mad with me, now he don't want me to do this job again. He's calling my brother to do it. I ain't messing with him no more. I mean, I wonder, that's when you really want to do it. Nah, I got to do it. I got you. Nah, Ema, I got you. No, please. Don't let him do it. This is my job. I need to continue doing this.
So God told him to go up. They ain't want to go up.
That's right.
God came down with that sentence. Said, no, we're going to go now.
That's right. Now they want to go.
Ema, don't go in the kitchen.
Tom C. Verse 6, right?
Verse 7.
Verse 7. Go ahead.
If thou doest well,
Uh-oh.
shalt thou not be accepted.
Uh-oh. Look what God told Cain. He said, if thou doest well. The word for well is te'tiv. Te'tiv means to be better. Te'tiv means to do good. Te'tiv means to improve. So now, when I have violated the commandments of God, in order to improve, I have to replace my violation with something good.
Wake up, Jacob.
You gotta put an
I have
add
to
on.
replace. I got to add on
Put an
something.
add on.
Can't leave it like that.
It's an automatic add on.
To improve means to enhance your value or quality with God. You know what that reminds me of? Job. right? By advancing and making progress with God. You improve or you enhance your value and your quality with God by advancing and making progress with his laws, commandments, and statutes.
There we go.
Right.
So your value is not going to pick up
No.
if I'm not doing and fulfilling these laws and changing my ways.
Right.
Your value is your worth.
That's your word. That's
And
what
if
we're
you're
about.
worth your value,
And if you're worthy before God, it describes your character. So now we're going to get into what is worthy, what it means to be worthy. Because we don't know what it means to be worthy. To be worthy, it means having the qualities or abilities that merits recognition from God. This is if you are worthy before God,
It will deserve.
it will cause God to recognize
cause
you.
his attention.
You will draw God's attention towards you.
Very attention.
But we don't know how to be worthy or how or what God is looking for to be worthy before God. One of the definitions also means having merits, right? Good character or value. So now, personal qualities or the characteristics, attributes, or personality traits. Your character, your attributes, and how you think. Personality traits is how you think that reflects your identity, who you are. Your character reflects who you are. How you think tells me who you are.
Okay.
These qualities are a part of who the person is.
Okay.
And it reflects in your actions, thoughts, and emotions.
Okay.
So now we're going to learn what are the qualities of a worthy man. Empathy, honesty, integrity, self-awareness, loyalty. What is empathy? The ability to understand and share the feelings of others. I have to put myself, I got to be able to put myself in your situation and feel it.
Love your brother like yourself.
And feel what he's going through, and I will deal with him according to how he feels. That's why you see sometimes you say, man, listen, man, don't deal with him like that, man. You see what he's going through? That's called empathy.
Right.
That's called empathy. I hold my words back. I hold certain things back because I have to be able to recognize what you're going through. And I have to deal with you according to your situation. That's called empathy. Those are the qualities of a worthy man.
That's loving your brother.
That's right. Honesty, being truthful and sincere with yourself. If you can't be truthful and sincere with yourself, you can't be honest with nobody. You can't even be honest with God. So in order to be truthful and sincere with yourself, you got to recognize that you was wrong. Recognize your faults.
Recognize you got anger problems.
Recognize you got anger problems. You need help.
I need help.
Anger
That's
man.
right.
Okay?
Right.
Anger man.
First, so I can be truthful with God and man. So now, what is integrity? Having strong moral principles and value. When you do right, even when no one is around you. Strong moral principles and values, that's when you adhere to the laws, commandments, and statutes.
Okay.
Your principles is according to the principles that God set. Standards of God. What is self-awareness? Woo. Self-awareness means being aware of your strengths, being aware of your faults, where you are coming short at with God and correct it. But you're never going to correct yourself if you can't reflect and acknowledge where you've been wrong at. If you are always right, you cannot do good. You can't be better before God. Loyalty is being faithful to your commitment and obligations. So being worthy has to deal with your character.
Okay, I got you.
How you is.
All right.
And if my character and how I am is not right by God,
That's right.
you're not ready yet. You are not, and you will not be worthy in the eyes of God.
That's right. That's right.
Not yet.
Deals with your character.
Teach. I'm with it.
Let's read it.
If thou doest well, shall
Now,
thou
hold
not
up,
be
hold up, hold up. I'm
accepted?
sorry. Okay, let's go. All right. Your merits.
You still in the definition.
Right. Still the definition. Your merits is your action. Actions is what determines one's worthiness. The things that you do. Your character of a person describes the way someone thinks, feels, and acts. Personal value are your central beliefs and the tenets, which is principles, beliefs, or doctrines that is generally accepted by God, that guides your actions and your thoughts and the things that you do in life. We ain't hearing this, man. We ain't hearing this. Your ears are stopped. Deep, man. Let's read. Let's go back.
If thou doest well, shall thou not be accepted?
He said, if you do well, he said, I will accept you.
And if thou doest
I will
not
accept
well,
you. What it means to be accepted. The word for accept is se'et. Sin, aleph, tet. It means to be exalted. It also means to be accepted. And when you are accepted means to gain recognition or to be recognized by God. Approved of. So we gain recognition from God when we are able to recognize our faults and improve your lifestyle. But your lifestyle not going to be improved if you're not able to recognize your faults and your wrongdoings. Let's read.
if thou doest well,
If thou doest well,
shall thou not be accepted?
shall thou not be accepted?
And if thou doest not well,
And if you doest not well,
sin lieth at the door.
sin lieth at the door. What door?
Your brain, your mind.
Not at this door,
Mind.
but at the doors of your mind. Because before you violate the commandment of God, it comes to your mind first. All these thoughts and ideas and opinions come here first.
Your brain.
But if you are not grounded in the laws and the commandments of God, what's going to stop you from following through these evil and atrocious thoughts that's contrary from God?
Okay.
This is supposed to be an immediate action. This is why God said, Kema say, means to practice. Anything you practice becomes a habit. I said anything you practice becomes habitual. Now you have accustomed yourself to doing this. You are just learning who God is. You're not going to be accustomed to this right away.
No.
Don't tell me you love God and you only got a year in. 6 months, 2 years. You got a lot of work to do with yourself. That love don't come like that. That love comes, look, before you love, what comes after love? What comes first? Fear. Before you love God, you gotta be afraid
to not to sin.
not to not to violate.
From getting your butt wet.
Because that's right.
Yeah.
Because I believe
Going to jail.
that if I violate
I'm gonna
this,
get my butt wet.
something's gonna happen to
I'm
me.
going to jail.
Something's gonna happen to me. But the only reason why nothing happened to you yet is because
God don't
Not
care about
here.
you.
because God done pushed
Don't
you
care
away.
about you.
That's why nothing happened to you
Run them up.
when you do
Do as
certain
thou
things that's
wilt.
contrary from what God said in His book.
Run them up and do as thou
Nothing
wilt.
happened to Eli's sons because God was determined.
God was determined to destroy him. Good example. Good example. This is why Eli's sons didn't listen to their father, because God was determined to destroy him. They already went too far in wickedness that they could not come back from. Do you know that you can go so far in
Point of no
evil
return.
and wickedness where you can't return and come
Point of
back?
no return.
And that was the position of Eli's sons. That's why they didn't hearken to their father, because God was determined to destroy them.
Yep.
Tom Sheep, what verse we at?
7.
Going on.
Go ahead.
And if thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted.
Uh-huh.
And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door.
Sin lieth at the door.
And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule
Unto
over
thee
them.
shall it be your desire. So as long as I don't improve with God, sin is going to desire me.
It stays there.
Iniquity is going to desire me.
That's right.
Everything that is against God is going to desire me.
It stays there. Don't go. No.
Tom Sheep.
Verse 8.
Uh-huh.
And Cain talked about Abel,
It
his
said,
brother.
and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him.
That's right.
But the only way to have the strength to rule this spirit called iniquity, called sin, I have to strengthen myself
With the count.
in God.
With the count.
I cannot continue to sin presumptuously by overstepping my boundaries with God and think God is going to give me
No.
strength to rule my spirit. No.
Don't work that way.
Don't work that way. Tom Sheep.
And Cain talked with Abel, his brother. And it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel, his
Cain
brother.
talked with Abel, his brother, and it came to pass that they were in the field. And Cain
And
rose,
Cain rose
up
up against Abel, his brother, and slew him.
and slew him. He rose up against his own brother and killed him. Oh, he didn't know he killed him. Yes, he did.
That was his intent.
Yeah, he knew he killed him.
That's the stuff he had.
Yeah, he knew he gave him a fatal blow. Okay, go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Cain,
Look what God said to
where
Cain.
is Abel thy brother?
Where's Abel, your brother?
And he said, I know not.
And he
Am
said,
I my
I know
brother's
not.
keeper?
Am I my brother's keeper? Am I his guard, his watch guard? Am I supposed to be watching this guy? But these people had a personal relationship with God where they can say certain things that you can't.
That's true.
Plain and simple.
That's true.
That's it.
Plain and simple.
That's true.
They had a personal
close.
relationship
God talking
with
to him
God.
right
They
now.
was close.
God talking to him
God's
now.
speaking to him right now. And he's having a conversation with God about his brother.
You should be saying
You
something
better not
about him?
say that. Certain things you better hold your tongue.
Okay.
Hold your tongue.
But God ain't talking to you.
Go ahead, read.
And he said, what hast thou done?
What did you do?
The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto
You
me
hear
from
that,
the
man?
ground.
The voice of thy brother's blood is crying out to God. And this is what happens when the blood is taken in its innocence. It continues to cry in the eyes of
Get
God
out of here.
until the one that killed them dies. Go ahead, read.
And now art thou cursed from the earth,
Now check this out. Now God uncursed them. Go ahead.
which hath opened her mouth to receive thy
Which had
brother's
opened
blood
the mouth to receive thy brother's blood
from thy hand.
from thy hand.
When thou tillest the
When
ground,
you till the
it shall
ground,
not henceforth
it
yield
shall
unto
not
thee her
henceforth
strength.
yield unto her her strength.
A fugitive
A fugitive
and a vagabond.
and a vagabond. It says a wanderer to travel without settling. He didn't settle nowhere. These are curses that God put upon Cain. And because of what Cain did, because he killed his brother, do we know that the lineage of Cain got cut off?
Okay.
That's it.
The lineage of Cain got cut off because
Yeah, he had the genealogy.
he did not improve before God. He didn't do better with God. He continued to. Go ahead, read.
That's right.
A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth.
A fugitive and a vagabond shall I be in the earth.
And Cain said unto the Lord,
Look what Cain
my
responds.
punishment is greater than I
He
can
said, your
bear.
punishment is too much for me, oh Lord. He said, it's too much.
It's too much. I can't handle
So
it.
you
I can't handle it.
I can't handle it.
Look at the first thing he said. Hey, look at the first thing that bothered him.
Wow me up.
Go ahead.
Behold,
Behold,
thou
this is
hast
Cain.
driven.
Thou hast driven me. Wait a minute. The word driven means to drive out or away,
Oh, that
to
word
expel, to cast out. I don't even want to look at you.
Push me out.
You know what that is?
bad
Kick
time.
me out.
God don't even want to look at you.
Bad time.
Go ahead. He said, thou hast driven me out.
This day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
He
man.
said, you done driven me out of the earth. He said, and I'm hidden from your face.
Whoa.
Which means there is no more connection between you and God.
He's still living.
So,
He's still living.
Oh my God.
So he cut the
Which
connection.
means what?
Oh my God.
No more connection.
If we continue to walk in the ways of our stubborn heart with God and not fulfill these laws, commandments, and statutes,
Say it.
not change our ways and get right with God, there is no connection between you and God. So if there's no connection between you and God, how are you going to read to see the same thing that this person reads?
That's why you don't see it.
That's right.
We ain't going to see the same
That's why
thing.
we don't see the same.
You're going to see something opposite from what this person see. You're going to see something different from what this person see, because one is correcting himself, one is correcting himself, and one is not.
He's two different paths.
I said one is correcting himself and changing his ways, and one is not. We continue to do the things that God hates. Realize that, man. I said we do the things that God hates.
Teach, man.
Why we continue to do it?
That was deep. That was deep.
The only bald head I read about in the book was Elisha.
Because he was old.
And the reason why he was bald was because his head fell out. He was sick. Why we continue to shave our head and cut our hair?
It ain't in there.
Right.
After God said don't do it.
It ain't in there.
Looking like the lions.
There are a lot of things. It ain't just bald head and blood. Why do we continue to steal and covet? Why do we continue to do the things and go contrary from 613 laws, commandments, and statutes? 248 positive, 365 negative. You violate one to jam up your bloodstream. You violate the other one and jam up the organs of your body. The laws of God is connected with your body.
Our body. Talk about it. Talk about it.
Let's read.
Talk about it.
And it shall come to pass
The wicked
that everyone that findeth me
No,
shall
verse-
slay me.
Verse 14, right?
Yes, I'm at verse 14.
Okay, go ahead. Everyone that findeth me shall slay me.
And I shall be a fugitive in the back
No,
of
go
the
ahead.
earth.
15 now.
And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him,
Look what God said to him.
therefore, whosoever slayeth Cain,
Hold up.
vengeance shall be
Hold
taken.
15 right there. Stay on verse 15. So now we're going to learn and understand why Cain was named Cain. So the definition of Cain, which is Quaying, means to lament or chant a dirge. Right? Lament is a prayer in pain. Can't tell me Cain ain't feel no way. Can't tell me he ain't feeling.
God cut him off.
Expression of sorrow. Lamenting is a form of recommitting oneself to God. He's lamenting to God, hoping that God accepts him back.
Yeah.
Recommitting. That's why he cried out to God. We're afraid to cry out. We want to remain stubborn with God. God put you through certain situations, and he's waiting for you to acknowledge your fault and cry out. Gosh, he wants you to cry out. I tell the brother, I said, man, you gotta cry out, man. I can't cry out for you. I can't do the crying out. You gotta cry out. Not me.
That's
Not
real.
you.
That's real.
You gotta cry out.
Cry out.
You're going through it.
You gotta do it. That's right. So right.
And he's waiting and waiting and waiting, but there come a point, God ain't gonna continue waiting for you to cry out. Because you want to remain stubborn with God.
Tough with God. Fighting a losing battle.
Recommitting oneself to God is a faithful and God. Man, listen. Lamenting is a form of recommitting oneself to God. It's a faithful and godly to the pain and suffering God put you through for your injustice. We don't recognize that, right? God is putting us through these situations and pain and suffering because you are at fault with God. You wasn't just. You know what injustice is? Injustice means you ain't fair. Injustice means not fair. Know how the level of righteousness, one of the levels of righteousness, not fair. What's good for you should be good for him. If you don't want it for this person, you want it for that person. And if anything got to get done, you suffer for it. Don't put me in the position. Why you put me in the position without putting yourself in the position? No, that's not the mentality. That's not the way you should be thinking and moving with God. For your injustice, the God we serve wants us to express how we feel, what we are thinking, whether it's right or wrong, and make the necessary correction with self according to what God expects of thee. What does dirge mean? A dirge means a lament or a mournful song for the dead. Cain cried out, man. And he cried out for his brother Abel.
Every day.
After God corrected him,
All his days.
I said, all his days he went through it. But after God, he didn't recognize and he wasn't remorseful until the correction of God. And this is what God is looking for. Why we get corrected with God and remain the same way?
The same. Okay.
Why?
Got you, bro.
Something God
Why?
Destroy you.
I said, why we get corrected by God and we remain the same way?
Okay, I got you.
Why do we?
I got you.
It's supposed, the correction of God supposed to bring about what? Changes in your life. Can't continue to remain the same way.
That's right.
I can't continue to move like this. I
Okay.
can't continue to think like this.
Okay.
I can't continue to act like this.
Okay.
Because my movements and the things that I've done and how I act is what brought me here. Was what caused me to get ran over by the number 14 bus. And sometimes that don't even change.
Or a Honda Accord.
Or a Honda Accord, the brother said. Time sheet.
The Lord said unto him,
Look what God said to him.
therefore, whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him
Whosoever
sevenfold.
slay Cain, vengeance shall be taken to who?
On him
On him.
sevenfold.
Sevenfold.
How merciful he is.
Sevenfold.
How merciful he is.
Go ahead,
And the
read.
Lord set a mark upon Cain,
Now
lest
God
any-
put a mark on Cain,
lest any finding him should kill him.
lest anyone should find him, should kill him.
He didn't have to do that.
The mark, God ain't had to do that. But even in the punishment of God, he's merciful. So he put a mark on Cain to protect him, not forever, but to allow him to live a little while for a time.
Lived a long life.
What caused God to put the mark on Cain? He was
cried out
from
to God.
Okay then. Thank you very much. God realized and recognized that he was remorseful and he cried out. He said the punishment is too much. And he lamented and he cried before God. And this is what caused God to save his life. Ease up on him. The curses is going to stand, Cain. But I'm going to put a mark upon you to allow you to live a little longer.
Because that's going to take you out quick.
You're still going to die for it.
Right.
And your lineage that comes after you is going to pay for what you did. That's why the line got cut short. When Adam and Eve when Adam went into Eve, she had Seth. And the generation continued through Seth. But Cain's lineage got cut off, which means the father can cut the lineage, his own lineage off by the things that he do in his life that is contrary to God.
That's right.
You can cut your own lineage off by how you live.
That's right.
Tom, see?
And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod,
Dwelt in the land of Nod.
on the east of Eden.
Uh-huh.
And Cain knew his wife.
Cain knew his wife, and she conceived.
And bare Enoch.
Bare Enoch. This is not the same Enoch that walked with God. Go ahead.
And Cain knew his wife.
Now, Od means to wanderer. Yes, wanderer. He wandered all over the place, moving from spot to spot. He was never stable.
Nomad.
He's a vagabond. So that's the curse that God put on him. He's not stable. Go ahead.
Verse 17. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he builded a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Irad. Irad begot Mahuhael. Mahuhael begot Methuselah. And Methuselah begot Lamech.
Uh-huh.
And Lamech took unto him 2 wives.
Lamech had 2 wives.
And the name of the one was Adah.
Lamech had 2 wives.
2 wives. He wasn't the only one, neither.
And he was the only one that had 2 wives.
A lot of men had 2 wives.
So stop looking in the man phone to see who he talking to.
Stay on my phone, sister. Stay on my phone.
Why you looking through my phone to see who I'm talking to?
Stay on my phone, sister Dina.
I'm committed to God.
She's making sure that
I'm not talking.
she's
I'm
making
not
sure you're being
entertaining.
righteous.
Because they say entertaining.
She's making sure you're being righteous because she's more righteous than you.
Kaveri, stay on my phone, Kaveri.
So
man.
ain't nothing wrong with
Come on, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with talking. I could talk to other women, and what a man can do,
A woman
woman can't do.
Okay.
Facts.
The way God set it up.
She shall not go out as the men servants do.
Even there was also a difference. There was also a difference with the maidservants. When the men servants went out,
She shall not go out.
she didn't go out
She
like
didn't
the
go
men
out as the
servants.
men servants do.
There was always a
Separate
difference between man and woman.
Procedures and-
God put the difference between man and woman. God did that. As long as we continue to bump that, you will limit yourself with righteousness.
You'll never excel.
You ain't gonna never excel.
That's correct.
You don't accept
You're
all.
limiting yourself
Yourself.
with
You don't accept
righteousness.
all.
Limiting yourself.
You're limiting yourself.
You got
Man.
all.
Teach.
Man.
Okay?
Hear it, Kaveri.
So, number one, what God accepts, you need to train yourself to
King,
accept.
I will. King, I will. King, brother. King.
This is for man and woman.
King, I
Right,
will.
that's the problem right there.
If God says it's okay with
That'll be
you.
okay with you.
King.
Unless you are striving
If
with
God
God.
said it's okay with you.
Anything less than
Leave
that
it
is
alone.
striving with the Lord.
Go ahead.
alone.
So Lamech said
Striving with God.
unto his wives, go ahead, Adah and Zillah.
Because he do like other
And
women.
Adah bare Jabal. And he was the
Uh-huh.
father of such as dwell tents,
Uh-huh.
and of such as have cattle.
Uh-huh.
And his brother's name was Ubal, who was
Yubal,
the father of
who was the
all
father of
such
Of
as
what?
handle the harp
Uh-huh.
and organ.
Uh-huh.
Verse 22. And
Uh-huh.
Zillah, she also bare Tubal
She
Cain,
bore Tubal Cain,
instructor of every
an instructor
artificer
of
in
every
brass,
artificer
in brass and
in
iron.
brass and iron.
And the sister of Tubal Cain was Naamah.
Uh-huh.
And Lamech said unto his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice,
Hear
ye
my
wives
voice,
of
ye
Lamech.
wives of Lamech.
Hearken unto my speech,
Hearken unto my speech.
for I have slain a man to my wounding.
Now you know why he was able to have 2 wives?
Wow.
Because no, not because he could afford them.
All the men in
Not
Israel
because of
was
that. All the men was able to
Everybody
afford
was-
them.
everybody was able to-
That wasn't why.
That's
It was
right.
up to their choice.
He was
She
able.
wanted that.
He was able to have more than 2 wives.
Break it down, brother.
He was
Break it
able
down.
to have more than 2 wives was because the woman accepted it.
Uh-oh, say it again, brother. Say it again.
The wives
Buckle
accepted
down.
it. And
Cut
the
down.
trait called jealousy is a manly trait.
That's why. That's why.
The trait called jealousy are manly
Manly
traits.
traits.
God gets jealous.
Yeah.
Because he possessed a nation.
Yeah.
Man gets jealous
Yeah.
because the wives are my possession.
Yeah.
So
That's why.
woman, stop getting jealous.
That's why. Because she accepted it and she wasn't bucking.
She don't buck it. So we gotta stop talking against.
Talking about she run our money.
Stop talking against what God accepts, man. So that we can be accepted with God. Now
More righteous than who?
let's go to Proverbs. Let's go to Proverbs
Roll
chapter
on,
1.
roll on.
More righteous than who?
Proverbs
Let's go to Proverbs chapter 1.
chapter 1. Proverbs chapter 1.
The board of the prophetess went home and listened to Lapido.
Say it again. Say it.
That's right.
She ain't prophesied to
And
them.
she was a prophet. She was a prophet.
Prophet to her husband.
But she ain't no prophet to her husband.
Fact. Say it again.
Yo, Lapido, go make them beans.
I'm more righteous than you, Lapido. Don't make them beans. Stop playing with me.
Let's go to Proverbs chapter 1.
Proverbs chapter 1. The Proverbs of Solomon.
The Proverbs of Solomon.
The son of David.
The son of David.
King of Israel.
King of Israel.
To know wisdom.
To know wisdom.
And instruction.
And instructions.
To perceive the words of understanding.
To perceive the words of understanding. What is instruction? Instructions is musad. Musad means learning. Learning means knowledge acquired through experience, studying, or being taught.
Say it again.
I said, knowledge is acquired through experience, studying, or being taught.
Okay. Substantiate and confirm.
That's how you get knowledge.
That's where it come from?
So you have to sit under someone.
Okay.
That's where it come from?
All right,
At some point in time in life, you must be able to sit under somebody.
We all need a guide.
What you say, brother?
We all need a
You
guide.
need a guide.
And you only as strong as your guide up.
You need a guide. Who is the guy of the household? The man.
No, it ain't, brother. No, it ain't, brother.
Who is it?
It's the woman.
No, the son.
The woman is more righteous than the man.
That's right.
Let's go, man.
All right.
Stop playing.
Experience, studying,
We as
all
men
by
need a
being
guide.
taught.
We as men need a guide.
That's right. And we as men also need a guide.
That's correct.
I said we also need a guide.
That's correct.
But you know who guides me? My father not around. And I have to be careful with who I pick as my guide.
You better.
I can't pick and choose just anybody to guide me. I have to watch your lifestyle and how you live.
You better
I
not.
have to watch your boundaries and the things that you limit yourself
What you
to.
won't do.
So my guide is still my father.
That's right.
Because
His teachers ain't going nowhere.
his teachings that he has taught me is still here.
That's the guy. That's the
My
guy.
father is still guiding me.
The words.
His words, I still have his teachings, and I go and I listen to it still.
That's the guy.
That's my guide. And above my father is God.
That's it.
Because to tell you the truth, by what I see,
None of these niggas can guide.
I don't see nobody that can guide me. Facts. Facts. You know why? Because they go against this very same laws, commandments, and statutes that I read in the book.
My older brothers as teachers, they can guide.
That's right. Okay, now what is discipline? Discipline is warnings. Discipline is admonition. Discipline is also reproof. So what is discipline? The ability to control one's feelings.
Okay,
Oh,
that's
man.
talking about me now.
Hey.
You talking about me now.
Hey,
Talking about me
hey,
now.
wait a minute.
Get too emotional.
Wait a minute. We're getting too emotional
Get
now.
angry quick. Zero to one.
Huh? We get too emotional.
Talking about me now.
But your nerves must have got struck.
You talking about me now? Okay.
Somebody must have tapped the nerve.
Damn,
Huh? Your nerve, the button them got pressed.
teach.
So now it caused an uproar.
Hey, talk about it. That's right.
Control.
But the reason why you're uproared is because you don't have control of oneself. You don't have discipline. Because if you had discipline, you will know how to move, how to act, what to say, what not to say, not to move like this.
You talk about me.
Because guess what? Because guess what? Your name is considered.
I got you.
And I don't want people to look at me in that form or fashion.
Yeah.
I got
So you need discipline to serve God.
Okay.
And if you have discipline, you
Okay.
won't move
Okay.
and act the way you act.
Okay.
Okay.
When
all right.
certain things don't rub you right.
That's okay. I got you. I got you. Okay. That's on me.
The ability to control one's feelings
Okay.
and overcome one's weakness. You know what's your weakness? What you disagree with
I
God.
disagree with you.
The things that you disagree with God, that is your weakness. But you, I can't overcome that by side. Paisa. Panamanian saying that.
Paisano.
Paisa. Huh? I can't do that for you. You got to overcome that.
That's right. Talk about it.
Huh? The ability to control one's feelings and overcome one's weaknesses. The ability to do what is right despite temptation. Because the temptation is coming. I said the temptation is coming. Huh? Huh? Yes.
As soon as you start serving God.
I always thought of discipline as corrective actions. Yes, that also is. That's exactly what it is.
Actions that correct.
Actions that correct.
Right.
Your warnings. Advance notice that indicates possible or impending danger or other unpleasant situation.
I can see that.
You've been warned. You've been given chances. God has caused this person to warn you. And if you don't hearken to the warnings, there's other things that transpires. There's consequences when I don't hearken to the warnings. Admonition. Admonition is authoritative counsel or warnings against the fault. Reproof is a negative comment, rebuke, or criticism for your faults. A formal expression of disapproval, disapprove, reject, condemn. What does instruction mean? You know what's instruction? Torah is instruction.
That's correct.
Right.
Detailed information, telling how things should be, telling how things should be done, showing you how you should act, showing you how you should not act, showing you how you should speak and not speak, how you should move and not move. The Torah teaches you that.
What you should eat and not eat.
What you should eat
For crying out
and
loud.
not eat.
For crying out loud.
Teach.
Now, when it says to perceive the words of understanding, the word perceive means to understand. Habin. It means to understand. It means to teach. It means to explain. Now, what is understanding? Bina. It means bina also means reasoning. Reasoning is the action or process or using logic to form conclusions or to explain. You cannot form conclusions or explain according to your emotions and how you feel.
That's what you got to know here.
Go ahead.
To know wisdom and instruction.
Uh-huh.
To perceive the words of understanding.
To know wisdom or instructions. Haskell. Haskell. Haskell means wisdom. It means prudent. And it also means to be circumspect. So what does prudent means? What is the definition of being prudent? Prudent means being discreet.
Discretion.
You can tell.
I said prudent means to be discreet. So a prudent person is discreet. Let's go into discreet. Discreet means careful and circumspect in one's speech or actions, especially in order to avoid causing offense.
That's
Discretion.
That's
Discretion.
to your discretion.
Your speech and your action can be offensive. Watch the things that you say and be careful of your words, because the things that I say, I can offend people with my words.
Okay, brother, I got you.
You're not prudent.
Okay, I got you, brother.
Be careful of your actions, because I can offend people with my actions. You are not prudent.
That's right. All right, I got you, brother. Okay, teach.
Cautiousness. Cautiousness means being careful and thoughtful to avoid danger, mistakes, or risk. Avoiding rash decisions. Thinking before acting. Considering words before speaking.
Okay.
Watch what you say.
Okay.
Watch how you respond to certain things. Watch what you say. Watch how you're acting and how you're thinking before God. Because you're before God first and foremost.
I'm disrespectful. That's me. That's what I do. I can't be like that.
Yeah.
Sagacious.
Can't be like that.
Circumspection as to danger and risk. Now, what is sagacious? An inspirational person Mental discernment is the ability to make a smart judgment or observation about something, perceive the difference, and recognize the truth.
That's a fact.
That's a prudent.
That's
A prudent man does that, man. Let's go over this. A prudent man makes smart judgment, smart decisions.
Smart decisions.
And before he makes his decisions, he observes.
Say, hold on, let me watch.
So I'm not going to make a decision without observing.
You'll make it hasty.
I have to
Right?
see it first.
Perceive the difference. After I observe the matter, I perceive the difference by acknowledging and seeing who's right and who's wrong.
That's correct. That's correct.
Recognize the truth.
That's correct.
Diligent inquisition.
That's
Circumspect. Wary and unwilling to take risk. I don't take risks.
Man, I don't know, so I ain't gonna.
I don't know, so don't do it.
I'm not
I don't
sure.
know, so don't put yourself in that position.
I'm not
When in
sure.
doubt, do it.
When in
Do
doubt,
it
do
out.
it out.
Do
And
it out.
another
Do it
definition of what haskel means, it means to govern, to exert a determining or guiding influence in or over. So a prudent man will exert a determining influence. He will influence the people to serve God by how he moves, how he acts, what he says, what he teach, his counsel, his advice. Okay, go ahead. Now, a prudent to receive instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment, and equity. I'm in verse 4 now. What is equity? Equity is the idea that people should be treated fairly,
Fair, equal.
being equal. That's what equity is. I have to be able to treat people fair. Go ahead.
To give subtlety to the simple.
To give subtlety to the simple. The word subtlety is arma. It means prudence. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 1, verse 4. To give subtlety to the simple,
To the simple.
to the young man, knowledge and discretion.
To the young man, knowledge and discretion. Mizmah in the Hebrew it says. Discretion is behaving or speaking in such a way to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. Okay? Tamshi.
A wise man will hear and will increase learning.
A wise man will hear
Mhm.
and will increase learning. So in order to learn, in order to gain knowledge, in order to gain wisdom, I have to listen first. I have to listen and shut my mouth. The brother said you got 2 ears, so you listen more
Than you
than you talk. Then you run your mouth.
But we run our mouth more than we listen.
But we run our mouth more than we
I like
listen.
to hear myself, brother.
Go ahead, Tamshi.
And a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsel.
A man of understanding is a man that departs from evil. A man that departs from evil will attain to wise counsel. The Hebrew word for wise counsel is takbulot. Takbulot means steering or guidance. When you look up the definition of steering, it means to control the course of oneself.
Yeah, you staring him.
To control the course of yourself.
I run my
Acknowledge your path and the course that you have taken and pull yourself out.
That's right.
Run your thoughts.
That's right.
Consider these things and run it by yourself to see if the path that I'm taking is it right by God.
Right.
If the course that I'm taking is right by God. Huh? Inhibitory control means controlling our automatic urges.
Inhibit means to keep myself. Stop myself.
You know what an automatic urge?
Immediate.
When I pricked the saw, it caused a reaction.
Yeah, I want to react.
You started reacting and
I got
started
something to say.
acting and getting out of context.
Got you.
But you got to control
Gotta
those things.
control that. Gotta control that.
Inhibitory control means controlling our automatic urges by using reasoning according to the laws of God.
Reasoning according to the
Got you. Okay.
Go ahead, Tamshi.
That's for
To
me.
understand the proverb
To understand a proverb.
and the interpretation.
And the interpretation.
The words of the wise.
The words of the
Their
wise.
dark saying.
And their dark sayings, their parables. Go
The
ahead.
fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge.
Oh, wait a minute. To fear God is the beginning of knowledge. Huh? I said the fear of God is the beginning of knowledge. But you don't even fear God, so don't tell me
You got
what
knowledge.
you don't have the
You
knowledge.
don't have knowledge.
Tom C.
But fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Fools despise wisdom and instructions. I said fools despise wisdom. What is wisdom? The laws of God.
Yes.
And we show it, we show that we despise the laws of God by how we live.
Right.
The things that we don't accept.
That's right.
And instructions. Tom Sheep.
My son,
my son,
hear the instruction of thy father.
hear the instructions of your father.
And forsake.
I said, hear the instructions of your father.
It's not even the law.
That's not even in the laws of God.
That's his
Hear
law.
the instructions of your mother.
That's they charge. They hard. They
Huh?
law.
They have, parents have their own rules, their own laws that we have to remember and abide by. Because those rules and those laws that the parents have expressed to the child will guide you through life.
This is for you. This is for you.
It's for you.
Like my mother don't like when you just spit anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't do that.
Right.
Mhm.
You gotta do. That's her law.
That's right. That's right.
And when I
She
go
don't
home,
like it.
when I go home, when I look out my window,
I still don't do
it
it.
comes to my mind.
That's right. I still don't do it.
But you still don't do
If
it.
I don't like it.
I still don't do it.
That's a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let you curse.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My son,
My son,
hear the instruction of thy
hear the
father.
instruction of thy
And
father.
forsake not the law of thy mother.
Oh, abandon not the laws of your mother. Don't forsake your mother. And in order not to forsake or abandon, you got to be around. You got to come through. You got to pull up. I can't stay away because if I stay away, look, that's to tell you the mentality of our forefathers, man. King David pushed Absalom away, sent him away. Said, I don't want to see your face. And he stayed in
See my face
Geshur
no more.
for 2 years.
Yeah.
You know what that is? Not to see your father's or your mother's face for 2 years.
Oh, man. Bent out of shape.
He couldn't take it. It bothered him. So he came back. But even though he was the son of the king, he still followed protocol, which means I cannot just walk up into the throne without seeking out Joab. Joab's the general. In order to see the king, I got to go through the general. So he calls Joab. He calls Joab.
And now I want to come out.
Joab ain't come out. Why? Because his
I gotta
father,
come out.
he
I gotta come out.
remembered the last
I ain't got to
encounter between his father, between the king and his son. King David pushed him away.
So he got.
So what am I coming out for you?
I ain't coming out for you. You
I
don't even
can't come
belong
out for
here.
you. The
You don't even
king
belong here.
pushed you away. I'm pushing you away.
They had to.
But the only reason why Joab came out
Why?
was because he
Why?
burnt the
burnt his
man's
field.
field. So he came out.
gotta
Said,
come
yo,
out.
man, what are you doing?
I'm gonna burn up all your stuff. But you come out then.
So
Absalom was different.
he said, listen, man. He said, I want to see my father's face.
Yeah, I'm tired of this.
I got to see my father's
Yeah.
face.
Chief Shama, it bothered me for 7 years.
Mhm.
Not seeing my mother and my father's face.
Mhm.
It's my thing.
He said, I got to see my father's face. Right? When he finally seen his father's face, King David was at peace. He was at peace and he was happy to see him. They hugged and he kissed him. And he was accepted again by his father. He was happy to see his son.
Time heal wounds.
That's right, Tom C.
But there shall be an ornament of grace
But there
upon
shall
thy
be an
head,
ornament. There shall be a frontlet of grace upon thy head
and chains about thy
and
neck.
chains about thy neck, Tom C.
My son,
My
if sinners
son.
entice thee,
If sinners entice thee,
consent thou not.
okay? Entice thee. Don't hearken. Don't listen. Don't agree.
If they say, Come with us.
If they say come with us,
Let us lay wait for blood.
let us wait for blood.
Let us lurk privately
Let
for
us
the
look
innocent
privately
without
for
cause.
the innocent without cause.
Let
Read.
us swallow them up alive at the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse.
We got to be careful with this, man.
Watch who you join
Because
up.
you have people that come to you with ungodly
Ideas.
advice,
Yeah.
ungodly and wicked ideas. And because you are in the height of your emotions, you hearken to it. You hearken to it. And it ain't right by God.
I got you.
Nothing comes to you and tell you, nah, I shouldn't move that way. Let me stop. I can't do this. Even though I'm angry or I'm tight, but we have to learn to put our emotions to the side.
Can't let run you.
Go ahead.
My son, walk not thou in the way with them.
Don't go with them.
Refrain thy foot from their path.
Refrain your foot from their path.
For their feet run to evil.
Their feet run to evil.
Make haste to shed
And
blood.
they make haste to shed blood.
Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird. And they lay wait for their own blood. They lurk privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain.
So are the ways of everyone that are greedy of gain.
Greed.
In the Hebrew, it says unjust gain. You have gained profit unjustly. God just showed us the characteristics of a man that has gained things unjustly in the eyes of God. Okay, go ahead.
Which taketh away the life of the owners thereof. Wisdom crieth out.
Wait a minute. Wisdom cried out. The Hebrew word for quiet is resh nun sophie. It means forewarns. Wisdom warns you.
Advisory warning.
I said wisdom warns you. Wisdom is the thing that warns you against doing the thing that is ungodly by God.
That's right.
It detours you from doing things that is ungodly by God.
That's
Wisdom warns you against yourself.
Wisdom warns you against yourself.
Do that.
That's a fact.
You're gonna
No,
destroy
don't
yourself.
move that way.
That's
No,
right.
don't act that way.
Hold on.
And if wisdom didn't come to you to tell you not to move this way,
You're in bad
not
shape.
to act that way, you in bad shape.
bad
Not to
shape.
speak this way, you in bad shape with God. You need a lot of work
That
to
means you
do
think you're
with
right.
self.
You're going to think you're right.
You need a lot of work to do with self. Go ahead.
Wisdom crieth without. She uttereth her
She
voice
uttered
in the
her
streets.
voice in the street. She's all over. Go ahead.
She crieth in the chief place
She
of
cried in
concourse.
chief places, the concourse,
In the openings of the gates.
in the openings of the
In the
gates.
city she uttereth
In
her
the city,
words,
she
saying,
uttered her words, saying,
How long, ye simple ones,
how long, ye simple ones,
will ye love
will
simplicity?
ye love simplicity?
And the scorners delight in their scorning.
And the scorners delight in their scorning.
And
He said, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? You know what simplicity is? Folly. Why do we continue to love folly, foolishness, silliness? Why? Go ahead. And the
And the
scorners
scorners
delight.
delight in their scorning.
Uh-huh.
And fools hate knowledge.
Uh-huh.
Turn you at my reproof.
Turn at God's reproof. Turn at God's chastisement and reprimand. This is what God is looking for. When he chastises you, he's looking for you to acknowledge your faults and turn. Tom Sheep.
Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you.
Uh-oh.
I will make known my words unto you.
Uh-oh.
Because I have
wait a
called.
minute. Wait a
There we
minute.
go.
That's the key,
Yeah,
man.
There we go.
We heard this.
There we go.
Now, when God chastises us and reprimand us, he's looking for us to acknowledge our faults and turn for the better.
Right.
When you decide to turn to be better before God, there's something that happens after that. He said, I will pour my spirit upon you.
Make known my word.
God said that.
Yeah,
He
you
said, if you
understand.
turn at my chastisement and at my reproof, he said, I will put my spirit upon you, a godly spirit upon you.
Now you
Yeah, how deep
understand.
it is. Now you see how important it is to turn at God's reproof, because there's an effect that goes down with your spirit. When you turn at the reproof of God, God will put his spirit upon you. Now you're guided.
Yeah.
And I ain't never read nowhere where God put his spirit on somebody and took it back.
No, it stays.
It
You don't do that.
stays.
You don't do that.
Example, King David. Example, King Saul.
Saul.
God put an evil spirit on Saul. And it stayed on him. Now, even though he had an evil spirit, he still was able to do things righteously. He stopped the people from eating blood. You could be sitting down in teachers and still have an evil spirit on you.
Okay.
King David.
Say it again, brother.
I said, King David, God put a righteous spirit on him. From the day that God commanded Saul to anoint him, he said, the spirit of the Lord rested upon King David.
That's right. Don't go away.
But he messed up one time in the matter of Uriah the Hittite, which means the spirit of God was still on him. So the spirit of God could be upon you and you still could violate and mess up.
Be aware of yourself. That's right.
It shows that King David was
Can't bang
human.
on it.
He was a man.
Still flesh.
He's still flesh. And even in your violation, you can turn and receive forgiveness from God.
Yes.
But you have to be in favor.
Yeah.
God has to favor you.
Yeah.
You gotta find favor.
That's right. Thompson, wisdom cried out.
To you, behold, I will
20.
pour out my spirit unto you.
Uh-huh.
I will make known my words unto you.
Uh-huh.
Because I have called you and ye be proved. I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded. But ye have said at
He
naught.
said, I called you and you refused. I have stretched out my hand and nobody regarded it. Nobody acknowledged it. Go ahead.
But ye have set at naught all my counsel and with none of my reproof.
Uh-oh. He said, but you set at naught all my
You don't
counsel
listen.
and with none of my reproofs.
You didn't receive.
You didn't desire or want. You didn't desire the correction of God.
You didn't want to hear it.
You didn't want to hear it. Tom She.
I will also laugh at your calamity.
Uh-huh.
I will mock when your fear cometh.
Uh-oh.
You ain't gonna answer.
You ain't gonna answer.
He
You.
said he's gonna mock.
Block.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you,
Uh-huh.
then shall they call upon me,
Uh-huh.
but I will not answer.
But I will not answer.
They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me.
Uh-huh.
For that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of the Lord.
Uh-huh.
They would none of my counsel.
They would none
They
of my
despised
counsel.
all my
They
reproof.
despise all my reproof.
Therefore shall they eat the fruit of their own way.
Therefore shall they eat the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices. You're going to be filled with your own counsel. When someone counsel you and tell you, no, you shouldn't do that, you have a rebuttal. No, but I read where it says this, and I get from this,
And you're going to stay on it.
and you're going to stick on that.
Good.
And you're going to stick on it.
Tell them.
God is feeding you with your own stubbornness of your own heart.
It's your own way.
Go ahead.
For the turning away of the simple shall slay them,
Tom Sheep.
and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them.
Uh-huh.
For whoso hearkeneth unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil.
Go ahead. Let's read 1 Samuel chapter 15. 1 Samuel chapter 15.
1 Samuel chapter
Uh-huh.
15.
Uh-huh.
Samuel also said unto Saul,
Uh-huh.
the Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people.
The Lord
over Israel,
sent me to be king
over his people.
over his people,
Over Israel.
over Israel.
Now therefore, hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord.
Uh-huh.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts.
I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came
He
up.
said, I remember what Amalek did to Israel. You know how many years is in between what happened in Egypt to the time of King Saul?
Right before the wilderness.
And God still did not forget what Amalek did to his people.
That's the reason why we had to go through the wilderness.
That's right. Go ahead.
Now go and smite Amalek,
Like he said, go and smite
and
Amalek.
utterly destroy all
And
that
utterly
they had,
destroy all that they had.
and spare them not,
Spare them not.
but slay both man and woman,
Man, woman,
infant and suckling,
infant, suckling.
ox and sheep,
Uh-huh.
camel and ass.
There are certain times where
Uh-huh.
God don't
Explain it.
accept and want nothing.
Nobody. Everything has to go.
Everything must die. All because of what Amalek did. Amalek is the father, generations done out, but the people is gonna die because of what their fathers did.
With their forefathers.
Which means God is commanding and he's visiting the sins of the fathers upon his children.
That's a perfect example.
Perfect example.
Yeah.
God will visit your sins upon your seed. We the ones that determines that pave out the path of our own children with your actions. With our own actions.
So he's setting them up, man.
Look at King Manasseh.
Look at King Manasseh.
That wasn't of him.
Look at King Manasseh.
That wasn't of him.
Go ahead, Tom shit.
And Saul gathered the people together.
And Saul gathered the people together.
And numbered them in Telaim.
And numbered them in Telaim. That's Tel Aviv.
200,000 footmen, 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came to the city of Amalek and lay wait in the valley. And Saul said unto the Kenites.
Saul said unto the Kenites.
Go,
depart.
Get you down from among the Amalekites.
Get you down. Separate yourself from the Amalekites.
Now,
what caused the Kenites to be shown so much kindness and favor? Go ahead, read.
Lest I destroy you with them.
Lest I destroy you with
them.
them.
He showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt.
That's why. So the good that a person do is never forgotten. Even though after you done did me good, you did me evil, I still have to remember the good. I still have to remember the good. The word chesed is kindness. Generous, considerate. Kindness is being selfless. Okay? I say kindness is being selfless. Right? Now, caring, compassionate, and unconditionally kind. Right? Somewhat like the word love. It takes time to understand and feel it.
Talk about it.
I said it takes time to understand and feel it, that word called love. Just not gonna love right away. It develops. It develops. And we have to learn to love each other because we're figuring each other's out.
Okay.
Figuring you out and you figuring me out. Right. Now, after I done figured you out, I can say, well, damn, I could love everything about this man. I could love his negative things about him and his positive things about him, but I love him. That's my man. And then after you done break up with that man, now you begin to, what's the word? When you meet somebody else, you're going to check that man according to the standards. You're going to compare. You know what I read? And according to scientists, this is why it's not good for women to have more than one man.
That's right.
You know why? You know why? When you have sex with more than one man, the DNA from the man in the past don't deplete. You hold the DNA. I just found that out, and this is why I gotta say it, right? And when you have children, sometimes you may have a child that may look like Garcon. But Garcon ain't sleep with you. The other man slept with you, but you still got the DNA from Garcon. You think it's a game? Hold up. I said, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We think it's a game. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
That's what happens.
I'm gonna pull it up right now.
This is what happens.
I said I'm gonna pull it up right now. Right now, I'm gonna pull it up on my phone. There you go. Everybody be quiet. Quiet. Let's hear this.
Every man that ever nutted in them is found in their DNA. It's found in their cells.
You're gonna have to say what you're saying.
It goes in your brain and your reproductive system. Ever wondered why some kids wonder if that's because the DNA don't die. It stays in the woman.
A man died. They took his seed, impregnated his wife, was still alive. He had a child.
Right.
He's dead already.
Right.
But the seed.
So
the DNA.
Right. This is why you can have a kid and the baby don't look nothing like the father. Go ahead. Because the child takes on attributes of your past exes.
Oh my God.
Scientists.
Still in you.
That's why he's not jacking.
Okay. Hold up.
Still in you.
So you know what he said? Sometimes women may have a child, right? And the child come out with Down syndrome, right? And the child come out with Down syndrome.
Yeah.
But it's not in the woman's family, and it's not in the man's family.
That guy.
It was the dude that you had in the past that was in his family.
Dude, Godson. Godson get around.
Let's read. Let's read.
So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. Verse 7. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to
Okay,
Shur.
the Kenites did what? So now, why was
Showed kindness.
the Kenites showed kindness to Israel? And this is why Saul went and removed the Kenites, told them to separate themselves, because if you stay, I'm going to wipe you out. Which means the good that the Kenites shown to the nation of Israel, anytime we did good to each other, it don't die. It don't die. I always got to recognize that. Tom, see?
And Saul smote the Amalekites.
Saul
from
smote the
Havilah
Amalekites.
until thou comest to Shur, that is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the sheep, and the best of the oxen, and of the fatlings, and the lambs, and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them, but everything that was vile and refuse, that they destroyed utterly. Verse 10. Then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel, saying, It repented me that I have set up Saul to be king.
The word for repent is nakam. Nakam means grief, great sorrow. Repented. Repented means what? Sincere regrets or remorse about your wrongdoings. When you regret, when you are sincere about your regrets or you're remorseful about the things that you have done that is contrary from what God said.
The way He created is perfect. So for Him to regret, we have to do something.
That's right. That's right.
Don't listen.
Tom,
Don't listen.
Tom,
For he is turned back from following me.
He's turned back from following me.
And hath not performed my commandments.
And has not performed my commandments.
And it grieved Samuel.
And it grieved Samuel. Why? Because God was grieved. Whatever grieved God should grieve you.
That's right.
Hey. I said, hey.
Yeah.
Get out your feelings.
Yeah.
Whatever grieved God, supposed to grieve you.
That's right.
Whatever God accepts, you have to train yourself to accept it.
That's right.
Or you can't excel with God. What please God supposed to please you. Tom, see?
And he cried unto the Lord all night.
And he cried unto God all night. He cried and he cried and he cried.
And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and is going about, and passed on,
and gone down to Gilgal.
And Samuel came to Saul,
Look what
and
Samuel
Saul
came
said
to
unto
Saul.
him,
Look what he said.
Blessed be thou the
Blessed
Lord.
be thou the Lord.
I have performed the
I have
commandment of the Lord.
performed the commandments of God.
And Samuel said, what meaneth then the bleating of the sheep?
He said, if you perform the commandment of God, why are here all these sheep?
Where did sheep come from?
Okay? Where all these sheep coming from? You were supposed to destroy and wipe out everything.
Nothing comes
But
back.
you brought back the best of the flock.
Wow.
Go ahead.
And the lowing,
And
and
Saul
the lowing
said,
of the oxen which I hear. And Saul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites.
they had brought them to the Amalekites. Don't blame them. Don't blame them. You the king.
That's right.
I said, you the king.
You brought them back.
Go ahead, read.
For the people spared the best
The
of the sheep
people spared the best of the sheep.
and of the
If
oxen,
the people spared it, you spared it. Because you allowed it. Read.
You weren't in charge.
and sacrifice unto the Lord thy God. And the rest we have utterly destroyed.
You
It's
see this?
That's not what God
Samuel, wait a minute, man. Saul didn't spare nothing. The command was given to Saul. The people spared it, and it affected Saul. Because you the head, and you allow it.
You in charge.
You know what that means?
Household.
You
I
in
said, you
house.
know what that means?
Household.
Whatever goes down in my house,
Goes on me.
it goes on the head. And God will charge you, regardless if you know or not. So which means my wife, my children have to follow under the. Listen, man, teach. You gotta follow this, man. And if you don't desire to follow this, here goes the petak. You know what the petak is? This is the opening. This is called the dele.
You look better going than coming, baby. We can co-parent.
Tom sheet.
Then Samuel said unto Saul,
Look what Samuel said to Saul.
stay,
He said, stay right here.
and I will
He
tell
said,
thee
don't go nowhere.
Have you a little.
He said, I'm going to tell you what
what the
God
Lord
said.
said to me
What
this
God
day.
said to me
Hold
tonight.
up. Right.
Go ahead.
And he
Don't go
said unto
nowhere.
him, say on.
He said, say on.
And Samuel said,
Look what Samuel
when
told him.
thou was little in
He
thine
said,
own
when you
sight.
was little in your own sight.
Say on.
was a
When you
nobody.
was little
Say
in
on.
your own sight. It means that when you came in fresh, not knowing, you was better. But now you think you know so much. So now you done got above your
Now you
preachers
done
and
got
you're
lifted up.
acting and you're moving and you're acting and you're moving and you're acting and you're moving.
You know it all now.
Don't do that.
Remain in your same humility as when
Stay
you first came out.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Wast thou not made the head of the tribes
He
of
said, I done
Israel?
made you the head of the tribe,
And the Lord anointed thee king over Israel.
and God anointed thee king over Israel.
And the Lord sent thee on a journey
And
said, go and utterly destroy the city.
go and destroy the sinners.
You hear that?
I said, go
That's what we call the
and
heathens.
destroy the sinners.
That's what we call the heathens. The
Do
sinners.
not become the sinner. Do not become a sinner.
You a heathen.
Will
I
be
said, don't
destroyed.
become a sinner.
We're pagan.
Go ahead.
But I'm not strong like you.
Verse 19. That's a cop out.
Go.
Wherefore then, verse 19.
Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice
He
of the
said,
Lord,
why didn't you obey the voice of God?
but didst fly upon the
But you
spoil,
flew against the
Oh,
and
spoil
didst evil in
and
the sight
did
of the
evil
Lord.
in my sight.
And Saul said unto Samuel,
Look what Saul told Samuel.
yea, I have obeyed the voice of the
Oh.
You
Lord.
can't see it.
That's what we do.
You can't see it. Why?
Madness
Because when we
kicked in.
violate the commandment of God, you will not see your fault to correct it.
That was the king.
I said, you ain't gonna never see your fault to correct it when we violate the commandment of God. And go ahead, read.
And have gone the way which the Lord sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took of the spoil,
The people
sheep,
took of the spoil.
oxen,
Sheep,
the
oxen.
chief of the things
The
which
chief
should
of
have
the
been
things.
utterly destroyed, to
Go ahead.
sacrifice it to the Lord thy God in Gilgal. And Samuel said,
Look what Samuel said.
hath the Lord as great delight in burnt
You
offerings
think God delight in burnt offerings
and sacrifices,
and sacrifices?
as in obeying the voice
As
of
in
the Lord?
obeying, which means
Obey.
right now,
Obey is exactly.
to obey God
Better than sacrifice.
is better than sacrifice.
You don't want to hear no better.
Need to sacrifice.
To
Do what I
obey
told
God
you to do.
is better than offerings.
Right.
Okay? Go ahead.
To obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams.
To obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. Read.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. To rebel.
To rebel.
When you rebel against God, God has compared rebellion to witchcraft.
Oh my
Same thing.
gosh.
What?
You busting crap.
Now, what does rebel mean?
You busting craps out here.
Hey, you know what rebel means?
Say it again, bro.
You know what it means to be a rebellion? To go against any rule or established fact. Guess what the rule or established fact is? Give me that book. Give me the book. This is the rules and the established facts of God.
Give me the book.
And when you have so much to say against the rules and established fact that God said,
You a witch.
you a witch.
You practice witchcraft.
You practice
That's
witchcraft.
what it says. That's
What
what
it
he
say
blood.
about the witch?
You're a necromancy.
That's
What
what
it say
he
about
blood.
the witch?
You do soothsayings.
That's what you
You
looking
do
for.
all that.
What
Because
it
you
say?
rebel
Tarot
against what God
cards.
said. You do tarot
Tarot
cards.
cards.
You do all
Palm
those things.
What
reading.
it say should happen to them?
Palm reading.
Okay. Go ahead.
And stubbornness
Uh-oh.
is as iniquity and idolatry.
Oh, wait a minute. Hear this
No,
now. I said stubbornness is what?
Is as iniquity.
Stubbornness, when you're stubborn up, is compared to sin.
You did it.
It's compared to iniquity.
did it.
So when you're stubborn against your guide or God, God say you are.
That's iniquity.
Okay, let's hear this. A stubborn person holds on to a view.
Oh, man.
I feel like doing a backflip. You know why? You stubborn. Because you refuse to let go of how you view certain things and accept the
Your
way
feelings.
God view it.
Your feelings.
You see my shoulders? See, y'all like punching the wall.
You see my shoulders? I feel like punching the wall. And when you don't accept the view, how God views it, God said what? He compared it to sin. You're a witch. You're a witch. Right? He said a person holds on to a view or an attitude. Oh,
Uh-oh. Sounds
Feelings
familiar.
again.
why you continue to act that way? Why you continue to
I gotta
act?
change.
Huh? You gotta change.
I can't continue to act.
Wait, listen to this now. Refusing to change to the point of being unreasonable.
Oh man.
What is willfulness? Willfulness is the determined desire to do what you want without caring about what God said.
Yeah.
Huh?
You want it.
Huh? Go ahead.
Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord.
Because thou hast rejected the word of God.
He hath also rejected
He had also rejected
thee.
thee. You reject God, you don't agree
Here you
with
go,
God,
right
he
there.
gonna reject you.
Here you go.
Go ahead.
Saul
He's
said
just waiting.
Uh-huh.
I said, God don't reject you right away, but he's waiting to see and giving you time to change.
That's right. Give you a shot.
And if he don't gauge in that period of time, he gonna reject you. What verse you at?
Verse 24.
Go
And
ahead.
Saul said unto Samuel.
Wait, I got it now. I gotta come down soon. Let me hit the points. Now therefore I
yeah,
pray thee pardon my sin.
Uh-huh.
The mindset of the righteous, asking God to
Immediate.
and turn again with me that I may worship God.
Uh-huh.
And Samuel said unto Saul, I will return. Huh? Does it say, did I miss that part where it says idolatry? Iniquity? Oh yeah, idolatry. The word idolatry is alim. Idolatry is the worshiping of idols in extreme admiration, love, or reverence for. Idolatry, the word for idolatry is terefa. Terefa is teraphims. Teraphims are domestic gods of human figure, household gods. Okay?
G.I. Joe.
Okay?
Yeah.
G.I. Joes, dogs.
Action figures.
All these things
Action figures.
are teraphims. This is why I don't buy dolls and action
None of my
figures for
children
my
got that.
people.
That's right.
And Saul said unto Saul, I have sinned, but I have transgressed the commandment of the God and thy word, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. When you're dealing with the word of God, you can't be afraid to voice it.
Right.
Now therefore I pray thee, pardon my sin, and turn again with me and worship. Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, but thou hast rejected the word of God, and the Lord hath rejected thee from being king. So if God rejects you, I must reject you. If God ain't walking with you, I can't walk with you, because God's going to tell me that I accept.
That's right. So
You
you
down
agree.
with him.
Okay?
So you agree.
Okay?
Pick a side.
All right? And then Samuel turned about he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle. He laid hold upon his t-shirt or his sweater.
It ain't that long.
Or his suit and tie.
His tuxedo.
Listen, man. Our forefathers had a dress wear.
Tuxedo.
Tuxedo, suit and tie, t-shirts, sweaters. Niggas, that's what you is. You're a nigga. And you refuse to change the way you dress.
A lapel.
I said you refuse to change your dress wear.
A lapel. Why did Jethro daughters call Moses Egyptian?
Because he dressed like them.
A lapel with a turban.
I said because he dressed like them.
A lapel with a turban.
That's why.
So it's cool to say
Samuel
your clothes
walked
determine
around
who
with
you are.
robes and mantles.
It's cool to wear a suit.
So your clothes determine who
Go
you
ahead,
are.
Tom Sheen. Repent. Oh, I'm sorry. And also the strength of Israel will not lie, nor repent. I said the strength of Israel will not lie nor repent. The word for repent is nakam, means to change his mind. For he is not a man that he should repent. Then he said, I have sinned, yet honor me now. I pray thee. And before the elders of my people and before Israel, turn again with me, that I may worship God. Samuel, I'm going to go into it right now. Samuel was not going to walk with him. You can close the book. Samuel wasn't going to walk with him because God rejected him. Samuel wasn't going to worship with him because God rejected him. So we have to watch who we bend the knee with. I have to watch who I walk with, because if I walk with you and I pray with you, God said you agree with his ways and you agree with the person and how that person is moving. So I gotta watch who I walk with. What's the question? Chief Making.
The question is,
any questions? Answer questions.
Was Jacob black or Seminole Indian?
Nah, Jacob. I don't know. We don't know what was Jacob's complexion, but he was Shemitic.
People go off of color too much.
God is
no colors in the book.
There's no color in the book. He was Shemitic. All right, Shemitic. Out the line of Shem, out the line of Isaac and Abraham. Mm-hmm. He was out of that line. Mm-hmm. Color, forget about, when we're dealing with God, forget about color. Facts. Thank you. Forget about color. God don't deal with color. Color doesn't describe if you're an Israelite or not. Say it again. Because you're black, it doesn't describe if you're an Israelite or not. It only describes that you are a nigger. That's okay.
You got white niggas.
Okay. Now, what's the next question?
The action.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Job chapter 28, verse 20. Let me see. What's the card is talking about? Job chapter 28, verse 20. Whence then cometh wisdom? Where does wisdom come from? And where is the place of understanding? Seeing it is hid from the eyes of all living and kept close from the fowls of the air.
You can't grab it and touch it.
It's not something that you can easily touch.
It's not tangible.
It's not tangible. It's not something that's easily gotten. No. Destruction and death says, we have heard the fame thereof with our ears. God understandeth the way thereof, and he knoweth the place thereof. For he looketh to the ends of the earth, and seeth under the whole heaven to make the weight for the wind, and he weigheth the waters by measure. Who does that? Only God does that.
Only God himself.
And when he made a decree for the rain and a way for the lightning of the thunder, then did he see it and declare it and prepared it, and searched it out. And unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Our job. Let me hold up 1 second. Hey.
Hold up.
Our job is, when we hear the laws of God, not to dissemble in the heart. We sit down in these teachings and we hear the laws of God and we disagree with it inside here.
Yo, man.
And then when we disagree with it inside here, it shows in your action.
It shows in your action.
Yeah. fear God and keep his commandments, but that's the whole duty of
Talking
man.
about, man.
Shabbat shalom.
Talking about
Shalom.
gun hope for God laws. Hear me?
I ain't doing
Hear me?
Sisters, time to eat, sisters.